shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alfred.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alfred.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, Bob. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. I see the analyst tonight. Hey Jude, good to see you. Napanoch Father. Judy, hey Judy. Hey Cinderella. Hey Star. Good to see everyone tonight. Let's see, I don't want to miss anybody. Well, it's so good to see all of you. And thank you so much for the green hearts. Hey Holly S. Hey Blessed. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. So tonight I wanted to play the Lauren on Facebook comparison. She did a really great job and I got to watch it last night. Hey Love Horses. And I just wanted to go over it with you all. So I kind of broke it down into 1 through 6 red flags, because she did the red flags between the statements of Chris and Katie versus what Chris Watts said. And really interesting stuff. Hey, Forrest, good to see you. And so I wanted to kind of break that all down for you guys tonight. There were a couple of other things that I kind of noticed in there as well. It's really hard to do comparisons over everything that's happened. I've done quite a few of them myself, but there's so many because they kind of were all over YouTube, kind of, the parents were. Even Seth was doing interviews on the different YouTube creators platforms. So it just kind of depended which creators they all chose. Hey, Criminal Med. And so really, really interesting stuff though, guys. And I noticed some similarities in the photos that were put out at the very beginning, and they were the Optimism t-shirt photos. So one of them came out from the TBI, one was from Sumner County. The one from Sumner County is the Have You Seen Me? And then I made one that was from that day that said last seen on February 25th, 2024. I did put that in like my past videos. That was an old picture that I had kind of modified. I just took the other picture and I labeled it right and posted it. So, hey, Cal Gal, nice to see you. So it's just one of those things where I think it'd be worthy to go over kind of all of the different pictures that we see. And then we noticed as well last night that there's a picture of Sebastian on the yard sign where he's wearing black. So there's been a couple of Photoshop versions of the picture, and I just wanted to kind of go over them with everyone tonight and see what you all thought. So we will start with 1 through 6 on the red flags. And this is Lauren on Facebook, and also you can find her on X, and I put that in there to give her credit. So definitely go check her out. She did a really great job on this, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody's gonna have their own opinion on anything like this.
Everybody has an opinion.
No matter what anyone's personal opinion is.
People are people, and they have their opinions.
Like the police department went door to door asking like cameras and everything, just like nothing.
And the largest manhunt in Tennessee history for a child. There's nothing out there. Speculating causes problems. Assumptions cause issues.
Like we have camera there, never has a camera. Everything's checked out. I don't want to put anything out there like I'm suspecting like it's something like somebody pulled in the back. And
I don't want to speculate. I don't want to. It's because it's an active investigation. I don't want to add any more.
Like there's no cameras in the backyard or anything like that, so it's really hard to even suspect anything right now as far as how she could have left. Because we have a driveway back there from the new townhomes, but it's so hard to tell.
It's hard to say until we can run down this video and figure out what we're seeing.
suspecting like if something like some.
For me to give you a designated area with suspect that we think he's in an area, well, we don't know.
Suspect anything right now as far as how she could.
The best part about it is he has managed to do this without any evidence left behind whatsoever.
So far, we haven't found him on any camera footage to prove where he's at.
Absolutely zero evidence. There's who's guilty and who's not guilty.
You know, when they usually eat dinner, it was just like I missed them. Like, I mean, I missed telling them, hey, you got to eat that or you're not going to get your dessert, you know, and just like you're not going to get your snack after. I missed that. Like,
I miss, you know, him trying to eat all the sweets instead of dinner. I miss him stealing my Brussels sprouts while I'm trying to cook them.
Okay, guys, so that was 6, and they go by pretty fast. I kind of tried to slow it down just a little bit to kind of give us a better idea of what we're looking at. So, number 1, they both will not deny involvement and are basically saying that they had something to do with it based on their omitting information. So they also like to both say that everyone has an opinion on it and that they don't want to really speculate. So they both show and try to stress that there's nothing and no evidence. And they both kind of say that in different ways, right? So Chris Watts just says, you know, there's nothing and everything's been checked over and there's no evidence. And we've heard Chris say there's no evidence plenty of times too. So it's very strange. It's eerie to see the comparison with Chris Watts, in my opinion. It's very eerie. They both declined to speculate, so no speculating by them. They declined to speculate on the camera footage because basically they don't want to tell on themselves, right? They're trying not to give away anything that maybe didn't get noticed or wasn't seen. And so they both kind of say, yeah, there's no real good camera footage, right? No evidence out there. They also say words like suspecting and evidence, but they use them in the wrong context, which kind of makes it seem like it could be a slip of some kind instead of them being honest, right? So, and they both say things like absolutely zero evidence. Also, Chris Watts and Katie use the past tense, like when Katie said Sebastian would have been, right? Or when they talk about what they miss about their children, and it's basically if you don't eat, then you're not going to get your dessert or your snack, right? Which is, it's odd as it is, but Katie says the same thing, that she misses Sebastian eating all the sweet stuff and not wanting to eat his dinner. Really eerie. And then also the Brussels sprouts comment that he likes to eat the Brussels sprouts before they're done cooking, right? So as she's cooking the Brussels sprouts, he likes to go over and taste them, which I mean can be an endearing thing, I think, especially for moms. You know, we're used to the kids kind of coming in and especially boys, they like to come by and, you know, grab some off of whatever you're cooking, right? So I completely understand that part. I just found it to be odd that in this comparison, it was both on food and it was both on kind of, you know, how their kids would rather eat the sweet stuff than eat their dinner. But not very endearing, right? Not kind of the things that we hear from Seth. Not kind of the things that we would probably hear from Shanann if she was talking about the girls. It was a very eerie comparison. I don't know what you all think, but very very different. graham crackers, Judy, and criminal meth. Aw. Napa Nudge Father says, as a father of a 6-year-old daughter and a 1-year-old son, I would love to spend some time in a room with Chris Watts because what that man did truly makes my blood boil as a father. You know, I can't agree more with that. And just being a mom myself, it's horrible. You know, you would think that they would talk about like all of the sweet kisses and hugs and, you know, just cuddling. The I don't know. Bella and Cece were so loving, and they were such cute little vibrant girls, just full of life. And what he did to them was completely awful. You know, really unforgivable. And I know there's people that support him still out there, but I don't know how. Sorry, guys, I'm just kind of going up on your comments. Happy Saturday. Hey, Jude. The analyst says if they did suspect, it would have leakage and connection, in my opinion. Or speculate, maybe you're trying to say, analyst. I think they don't want to tell on themselves. I think that was a really big takeaway, that basically if they do speculate, if they do talk about evidence, if they do talk about camera footage, they could, you know, let something go. And then I also noticed how Chris would purse his lips up like every time, you know, or you're gonna see them sticking their tongue out like that. When that happens, usually someone's telling a lie, right? Because your brain wants you to tell the truth, and so it's always kind of guiding you into telling the truth. And how I remember it from one of the body language experts, I of course did not come up with this, and I'm not an expert, but I did hear it that whenever somebody sticks their tongue out, it means that they're most likely lying. And I just kind of think of it like, you know, spitting something out, basically. And there was one little piece in here, which I wish I could have just grabbed the clip really fast, but I did a slow motion of Chris doing it like over and over to show that he was doing it. And it was in the first interview with Holly Thompson that he did that. And he was like, we really want Sebastian home. And then he sticks his tongue out like that. And I mean, I put it in slow motion so you could see, like, he definitely, and you'll see it with Chris Watts too. So I just kind of wanted to point that out for the next 6 red flags. So spooky. Hey Jude, I was like, I cannot believe how eerily similar what they were saying is. And then we know for a fact, right, because Chris Watts has been convicted, that he did this to Bella and Cece and Nico, right? Because we can't forget about Nico, even though he wasn't born yet. His life was taken. The analyst said CP might be more psychotype than KP, in my opinion, against Mike Damon. Yeah, and you know, I don't watch Mike Damon, but I will tell you that I believe that CP reminds me a lot of Chris, except for the weird thing about Chris was that he was always eerily that calm kind of guy, the go with the flow, let the girls jump all over him, just super calm guy, right? And then he just freaking snaps one day. And he had the mistress, NK, right? And I honestly feel like she was the catalyst for what happened with Bella and Cece, because there were conversations about how she didn't want to feel like she was like second best or whatever. Like, it was really weird to think that a grown woman would be jealous of 2 beautiful little girls and not want to be there for them and their dad, you know. But then it's kind of odd too, because Shanann was a good wife to Chris, right? She was always making dinner. She was taking care of the girls. I know there was a lot of controversy with some of her parenting methods. But all in all, Shanann was a very hardworking person, in my opinion, and she never deserved what happened to her. Never in a million years. And of course, the girls never did, and neither did baby Nico. You know, they were all babies, really. Yeah, proof, evidence. That's right. That's right. Hey, Jude. And they don't want to talk about it, you know? It's just crazy. It's just crazy, you know? And Napanoch father says would have to use my hands like he did on his poor family, and the way he described what his little girl said to him. Are you going to do the same thing to me that, yeah, you did to Cece, right? Yeah. Never deserved that family. No. And Shanann was a beautiful woman too. And I think that whenever he brought NK to the house and she saw what a beautiful home Shanann kept, what beautiful girls, and really what a beautiful woman she was, I think that Nicole started feeling very inadequate in the situation. I mean, arguably, she was a very beautiful woman too, right? I know there was some kind of weird, like, kissy face things that was going on whenever they were at that sand dunes, kind of where you, I don't even know what you would call it, surf down the sand dune. But anyway, I think that it played a big part in it. I think that she was wondering, like, why is he leaving such a beautiful family, right? And she started feeling kind of inadequate. And then knowing that Shanann was pregnant with his first son, I think was a really big deal for her too, even though she played it off like it was no big deal. But I think it was, because if she was already worried about playing second to the girls, then how would she feel never being able to maybe, you know, add up to what Shanann was, basically. I mean, it's a lot of pressure, especially because, you know, he just wanted to be with her. He didn't know what to do, I think, and he's just snapped. It didn't help that she sent him that song Battery by Metallica. No shade at Metallica, but oh no, Love Horses, I'm sorry. Maybe it's a crazy night for the internet. I know a lot of people are having bad weather still, so I'm praying for all you guys too. Hey NHGG, good to see you. Lots of self-defense in Judy's. A bat, wasp spray, a lighter. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny, Judy. Well, you know, anything can be used as, you know, it just depends, you know. But you got to protect yourself. There's some crazies out there. Yeah, that is interesting, Forrest. I haven't heard anything new from that camp or from SF since the video was debunked. So I don't know what is going on there. I haven't even checked, you know, because I did find this on X because it was sent over to me. So I just went over on X, but I didn't stay on there long and, you know, check anything out. She did. Hey Jude, I agree with that from Allegedly Innocent. I do. She kind of laughed a couple of times. Like the first question Holly asked her, she looked over at Chris and she was like, you know, like she almost laughed then. And then also when they were talking about how Sebastian doesn't like bugs and they were kind of like making fun of his reaction to not liking bugs, you know, and I'm the same way. Like if I see a bee and it's coming at me, I'm like, woo, you know, trying to shoot away. And, you know, I don't like them. And especially when I was little, it was even worse, you know? And so I can just imagine, and that's the thing too, you know, as you get older, you realize they're not going to hurt you. Well, bees can sting you, and if you're allergic, it's no good. And Criminal Med said, is FS still employed by the Feeded people? I think so, Criminal Med. I think they are. I think he is. I just don't think that he's really saying much right now. I think he kind of feels a little bit, maybe he doesn't have anything to say anymore. I don't know. I guess that's my only speculation, that he, they've tried to put that video out and right away law enforcement was like, no, that's nothing, and then now there's really nothing from that side. Which, I wish it was something. If it was something, then that means that we would be closer to finding Sebastian, right? I don't give a crap who finds him. As long as he's found. But it is weird that we haven't heard anything lately. So maybe something's going on behind the scenes, or I heard he's working on another case. Hey, Jude, thank you for that. Yes, I also did hear that. And, he supposedly had that retainer. I don't know if that's all been used up. He charges quite a bit an hour, so 15 grand isn't going to go very far. Yeah, but it seems that way. Yeah, I haven't heard anything like really at all for us. So Napa Nudge Father says, and the fact that they let him have pictures of them is truly and utterly disgusting. I agree. I agree. I don't think that he deserves that, especially after the way that he treated those babies. He didn't ever have to do that. That's the whole thing. That was something that I do feel like NK had a big role in that. And I don't know how she really got away with it, other than the fact that he took responsibility for all of it. And so in that way, they had who did it. And so I don't think that they were willing to bring up charges on her. But I do think that she should have been questioned further for her involvement, because remember, there were also texts that were deleted about her direct involvement, and just some really dark stuff. Oh, okay. Rescue concerning the doctor. Apologies. Can't remember the lady's name. So sad. See, and I haven't seen him. Yeah. And it's just hard for me to believe him, Judy. Like, even if I do see him, it's very hard for me because I'm skeptical. And then I just kind of seem to kind of tune it out, same thing with X. If I go on there, I really don't try to looking at his stuff, because I just don't believe it. And Princess Buttercup, hey Princess Buttercup, the two Chris's, twins in my opinion. And yes, P and NK are very similar too. They stick by their evil man and master manipulators of darkness too, in my opinion. Yeah, what's funny too about NK is it's said that she was like using some dark crystals and things like that. I did hear about that later on, which is really curious. I mean, if we think about it in a supernatural kind of a way. Yes, thank you, Star. Thank you. Oh, thanks, Hey Jude, for Love Horses trying to go out and come back in. Thank you, Hey Jude. I completely forget about that too, as being a solution. Yeah, it's they're very, very similar. They're very, very similar. And I know Chris and Katie are kind of still together, and I know that it's alleged that Chris wasn't in town, but I don't know that I believe that either, Oh, young lady in the Dominican Republic. Okay. I did hear about her. She went out into the ocean, I believe, or she went out with a guy, but then she got swept out into the ocean too far, I heard. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. Wasps are nasty. Oh my goodness, Criminal Med. They're scary. Those ones are scary too. They have some big stingers. Judy. Thanks, Meow. Thanks for being here. Thank you for being number 19. The bug reaction make fun of by KP is so cringe. It's funny to laugh at her making fun of him though, because it's so cringe. I'm the same with bugs. I freak out and then chill out. Yeah, me too, Princess Buttercup. I just don't like them. Even when I was little, I'd be like, and then you realize like certain ones are bad. They're just annoying, like flies or something. But oh, hey Jude, thank you so much. Thank you for gifting a membership. If you got a membership from Hey Jude, make sure you say thank you. Aw, that's so sweet. Hey, Jude. Thank you so much. Thanks, Star. Meow. Hello, Criminal Med. Princess Buttercup. And Napanoch Father says, I believe the lights video is the biggest evidence because it seems like it's the one thing that they don't want to talk about at all and dismiss very quickly. And garbage truck, I think not. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that 100%. It's definitely not a garbage truck. Definitely taboo when it comes to the Proud Feet, right? They don't want to talk about it at all. In fact, they get really upset, and then so do everybody else that's kind of following them. And that's, more so believes in their innocence, gets really, really upset about that video. But the fact of the matter is it's in evidence in Sebastian's file, right? In his missing persons file. And, and unfortunately, when you're the last one that was known to be with Sebastian and there's no other footage out there except for allegedly somebody getting carried out or some flashlights moving through the common area, it's very easy to kind of speculate in that direction if you're an objective party with no skin in the game, right? It's just very easy for us to think, okay, well, there was activity in the neighborhood and it could have been something where that's the time when Sebastian would have left, right? Because there's no other footage that indicates anything like that, that we know of right now. Not to say there's not, but yeah, SF is, I just tune him out. Hey, Jude, I really do. I really do. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Judy, to hear that. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, and I know there's a lot of there's going to be a lot of allergies coming up too with the springtime, and I know that's never fun. I hate getting sinus infections. They're the worst. Hey, Canadian True Crime Channel, good to see you. And Princess Buttercup says, yeah, into dark arts. I heard NK was too, and probably had high up connections, part of why she got away with some things, in my opinion. Yeah, well, her dad was able to be there during her interrogation, and he was very like stern, he was making sure he protected his daughter, that's for sure. Which, he may not have known the whole story. He might have known the whole story. But yeah, I agree with that, Princess Buttercup. Oh, no, I didn't get it, Meow. If you will, just send me an email and I'll try to resend it. That's weird. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, Judy, a lot of people are going through crazy, crazy weather. A lot of tornadoes and things like that. It is so dark. Hey, Jude, it is so dark. And it's like, on the surface, it doesn't look like that, right? It looks like just this really happy family, a really cute couple, right? But then all of a sudden, he loses kind of a lot of weight, I guess, or something. I don't know what really made Chris decide that he was, God's gift, but it never seemed like he was like that before. And then all of a sudden, and maybe it's because he met NK. I mean, but he definitely seemed like brainwashed, or I don't know, it was weird. It was so weird. Um, the Catalyst says, Princess Buttercup. The analyst says if CP wasn't in Tuan, then how his truck handshake Wi-Fi? Oh, I know. If he wasn't in town, then how did his truck handshake the Wi-Fi? Yeah, good question, because that's the only time it would, right? Is if it was in the area. And we did a live on geofencing and kind of how it works and how the police use it. How it could really breach a lot of privacy, but in the same way, it could bring in the data that's needed to find people who are wanted for crimes. Yeah, what Chris did was heartbreaking. Chris Watts did was heartbreaking. Starlamber, I agree. Just all around. When really all he needed to do was just take himself out of the equation. Really, because if he wanted to be with NK that bad, why not just leave, right? And then at the very least, I don't condone like forgetting about your kids or anything, but if you're gonna do what he did, he might as well just leave them, right? And don't ever talk to them again. Don't take their lives. I think Shanann would have bounced back very easily. Oh, that's awesome. Well, wonderful, Napanoch Father. Well, great. I'm glad that you got it. Aw. Well, good. Well, dang. I just read that. Sorry. Hey, Jude. Well, good for Sammy, though. I love Sammy. She's awesome. You guys are all awesome. And Carla, good to see you, Carla. Just got home from cleaning the church. Oh, well, that's great. That's great, Carla. Thank you for doing that. It's important. Dad's a Mason. I didn't know that analyst. I just knew he was a very strong force. You know what I mean? He's a very strong force for sure. Oh, yes, Star. Hey, Forget Me Not. NK, yeah, NK's dad is. Yeah. And you know, good at keeping secrets and things like that. I've done some research into the Masons, the Freemasons and different secret societies. Really interesting stuff. Oh, meow. That's funny. That's funny. I was like, oh, okay. Well, just I'll let you text me. Oh goodness. Yeah, I don't know where she's hiding. Hey, Jude, she's somewhere out there. I will tell you that girl has dropped off the face of the planet, though, for sure. Which, you know, maybe it's for the best, because I mean, I really do believe that she had a lot more to do with it than, you know, than she got in trouble for, you know, which was nothing, because Chris took the whole fall for all of it, you know. I know that he wrote something later on calling her like a Jezebel and being like, oh, I never should have trusted her. And he's very into like the Lord now, but in a very strange way, in my opinion. And then his mom is a very big enabler, and that's another comparison that I can kind of draw, but you know, between Flying Mama Socks and then of his mother Cindy. So Cindy is a big time enabler of Chris, and even when Shanann was gone and she knew what happened and what her son had done to her daughter-in-law, she was still talking bad about Shanann and saying like, hey, you know, she was this and she was that. And it's like, the poor woman is not here to defend herself. Like, why would you, you know? But it's the flying monkey at its finest. If you want to see a flying monkey in action, look at Cindy Watts, in my opinion. Yeah, Star, he did. And he was wearing those like the Thrive patches, right, and stuff like that, or they would put them like right here. They would be doing selfies and different things like that, which I mean, like, I can understand, you know, wanting to stay in shape and stuff like that, which is, it's always good for you, especially when you have little girls like that, because you need extra energy. But Star says he exercised because he had a new girlfriend and he felt constantly berated by Shanann from appearances. There was something hidden deeper in his psyche. I think he snapped, in my opinion. Yeah, I definitely think he snapped. And I think that he was more, one thing that I can say to what you're saying, is that I think that he didn't really like the spotlight, right? He was kind of like more shy and introverted, and he probably hated like the fact that he had to have the camera in his face all the time, constantly. I could definitely see some frustration, well, more than some frustration, with that. And then also, I just think that he kind of wanted to more like live their life and not always be on the camera. I know there were a few things that were kind of like analyzed after the fact, and some of the home videos. So I could definitely see where the frustration, even from the little ones, you know, from Bella and Cece, where they were kind of sick of, you know, sick of being on camera, sick of having to say hi all the time, and you know, things like that. But you know, Shanann was kind of like an OG influencer, right? Um, yeah, he did have the quiet calm. I agree with that. Definitely. Um, where he acted like things didn't bother him, but he was very bothered by them. Princess Buttercup says, yeah, the lights video is a touchy subject for CP and KP. Very telling. Think the Texas Roadhouse is too. More reason for all to keep a spotlight on those, in my opinion, despite the haters, naysayers, etc. Yeah, and that's my position too, Princess Buttercup, because if it's the evidence that we have, it's the evidence that we need to be looking at, right? And analyzing and reanalyzing, especially like when we talked about last night with the pink hoodie. Excuse me, she was wearing like a pink sweatshirt, right? So Pink Sweater Lady, um, you know, I didn't really notice her until it was pointed out by Hindsight. And then we're looking and it's like, oh, yeah, okay. So they're definitely seeming to signal to each other, right? So that was kind of obvious. But then also, just the little pieces where it's like, oh my gosh, did they make eye contact? And you know, what was she doing in the restaurant with the other man? And then all of a sudden she goes out, and what did she take away? And it definitely didn't look like food, and just very strange, right? But if we keep on analyzing it and analyzing it, I think we might find more and more information, right? We can't just take a piece of evidence and be like, oh, it's no big deal. We don't, that was just the last time Sebastian was seen, you know, no big deal. We can't do that. I mean, that's crazy. And that's what they want us to do, unfortunately. And there's no reason for that. Meow, you did make me laugh. Thank you. In Freemasons, yes, absorb the Templars. Yeah, there's a lot to that, and it goes back you know, a long ways. So it's really kind of a cool little history, Judy. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, sometimes something about quiet, withdrawn men is scary to me. It is scary. It is scary because you just don't know if they're going to snap. And then also, you know, I think it's important, and I'm not trying to defend Chris Watts by any means. Like, the guy is a monster, right? But I think that, you know, if you notice that your spouse is kind of becoming disassociated like that, it's important to kind of recognize how they're feeling too, especially when you have an introverted person. In the history, when they did the history with Chris Watts, you know, he didn't have a lot of friends. Shanann was kind of his first serious girlfriend, you know, like bring home to mom type of girl. And you know, he just wasn't that social butterfly that Shanann was, you know, but oftentimes opposites do attract. So The Jezebel. Forget me not. He does. Yeah, as if he's perfect, right? We're all just Jezebels running around here. Yeah, even though he's pervy, in my opinion. Princess Buttercup says NK, she's hiding casting protection spells wearing disguises. Oh Lord. Kidding, but not kidding. Sadly, probably she will face judgment one day, though, in my opinion. So, yes, I agree with that, Princess Buttercup. But it is kind of a scary thing. It's like I need to get some holy water before I start talking about NK. She might do some voodoo on me. Forget me not. We're going to compare those cases soon. I cannot wait for that, guys. It's gonna blow your mind how much information, and it's just been too long. Poor Summer needs to be found. I mean, all these kids out there, it's amazing, because it's not that easy to get rid of a person, right? It just isn't. It's very difficult. People think it's very easy, but it's not. It really isn't. And then keeping that secret for so long, and yes, hey Jude. And I've learned so much too from you, and then just our friends that we're going to be working with this on. It's amazing. It's amazing. And Carla says, laughing my butt off, Star, is that it's loudmouth men that bug me. Those kinds are always stuck on themselves and want all the attention. See, Carla, and that's so funny that you say that, because we do see an opposite, right? Because Chris doesn't care. Like, he'll go off and just like blow up for no reason, or we know if he's upset about something, he usually will blurt stuff out and be like, oh, wait, let me help you out. Or, let's make this crystal clear. Or, I'm going to tell you something. So it's very, very strange, right? When we see this behavior from Chris, that comparison is like, nowhere near each other, because, Chris Watts is kind of the easygoing guy that doesn't ever say what he feels. And then we have Chris Proudfoot, who doesn't mind raging. And, he doesn't care who he rages in front of. Flip side of the coin, really. I mean, just, kind of polar opposites. Are you having trouble with horses? Did you try to come back and, yeah, maybe it's the weather there. I know it hasn't gotten windy over here just yet. Oh, okay. Thanks, Judy. Yeah, try logging out and then, oh no, Nepinoch father. Pretty crazy today driving. I saw a guy walking on the side of the road, and I could have sworn he looked just like Yellow Jacket guy. Oh man, I know. Well, I'll tell you, he's kind of got a look that can really kind of resemble a couple of, he could kind of chameleon into a couple of people. So I can see that he has like a couple of doppelgangers out there. Oh no. I'd freak out. I'd be like, there he is. Oh no. Carla says, yes, love horses sounds to me like you have bad Wi-Fi connection. Yeah, because it shouldn't kick you out for long, love horses. Oh, slide the red line to the right. Thanks, hey Jude. Thanks, guys. Oh, thanks, hey Jude. Hey Rogue, good to see you. Okay, let me take a look. Let me take a look and see. Hey Jude, thank you. Let me see here. Ooh, when is something not just nothing? I wonder if I have enough. Oh, this is a quick one. I wonder if I could load this in. Okay, I probably can, since it's really quick. I had to get rid of a lot of stuff because I was like overdoing it. Now we'll all be suspicious of any Yellow Jackets all around us, Princess Buttercup. Oh my goodness. Well, it's just strange. And then, that movie, I Know What You Did Last Summer, and they got the guy in that slicker. I'm like, oh, here we go again. All right. So let me go ahead and play this next one. And this is going to be 7 through 12 of the comparisons, Chris Watts and the Proud Feet.
I wanted to see this kid run in, just barrel rush me and just give me a hug and knock me on the ground. But
I don't know if I'd be able to speak. I'd probably bulldoze him down with hugs.
yeah, because like Bella was gonna start kindergarten next Monday.
Sebastian wasn't very much, he didn't go outside very much.
He prefers to play inside.
Because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that.
To be here last night and to go into their rooms and know that I wasn't going to turn the rain machines on. And I know that I wasn't going to turn their monitor on. No, I wasn't going to kiss them to bed tonight. That's why last night was just horrible. I couldn't do it.
We have a bedroom that's empty that is never normally ever empty.
Around here, and I really hope that all this can lead to something positive.
And you try to make it a positive thing.
If she's vanished, I want her back so bad. I want those kids back so bad.
So I want to find him so bad.
There's no malice, that we just want our boy home.
Okay, guys. So there were a couple of really good ones in here. So comparing the two statements, number 7, when Chris says that the girls would barrel rush him, and he would be looking forward to them barrel rushing him. And then Katie said that she would bulldoze Sebastian with hugs. She adds that at the end, but both really, really strange statements, especially coming off a little bit aggressive, right? Really odd, really odd. And I completely forgot about the barrel rush me when that Chris said about the girls. Number 8 was they sometimes talk about the person who at the time is missing, right? In past tense. So Bella was going to start kindergarten and talks about Sebastian again in the past tense. So very interesting. And we've seen them do that. I know it's kind of hard because sometimes people don't use correct tenses as it is, right? Some people just don't have that kind of wherewithal, or they're not good at English, right? Some people are really good at math and they're not good at English. Some people are really good at English, not good at math, right? I'm like that, not great at math. So number 9, they both take, excuse me, they're both talking about empty houses. So Chris is talking about how he's not going to be putting their rain machines on for them, that he's not going to be tucking them in, and that he couldn't take it, and that's why he left, because he did go and spend the night over at his friend's house. He didn't stay in the house the night that they were missing, you know, before he got pulled in for the polygraph. And then let's see here. Oh, the room being empty. Sorry, my handwriting's horrible. The room being empty. When Chris says that we have a room that's empty, that's never gonna, and then he stops himself, that's never empty, right? It's like, he almost, to me, in my opinion, it seems like he was about to say, we have a room that's empty that's never going to be full again, you know, something to that effect. But instead he says there's a room that's empty that's never really empty, except for on the weekends when he's with his dad, you know, and that was very odd and a catch in my opinion. And then number 11, we have If She Vanished, Chris Watts talking about Shanann. I want her back so bad. I want them back so bad. And then also we see that with Chris and Katie. She's recently in her interview with Holly Thompson said, I want him back so bad. Right. And then Chris also says it. But when Chris Watts says he wants her, I want her back so bad, he sticks his tongue out. And so does Chris when he says, we want Sebastian back so bad, and he sticks his tongue out. Again, I just think that is indicating that he's lying, and he's kind of, you know, telling on himself in that way. And then number 12 is the gesture back, right? So what we kind of talked about, the cutthroat gesture that Katie does like this, in my opinion, you know, and she does kind of do that. She's gesturing back, but at the neck level, right? And so we see Chris doing that as well when he's talking about Shanann and the girls and Nico, just kind of doing one of these. And it's very strange. And I never noticed it until now. Really, really, really odd, right? Yeah, nice catch, right, Forrest? I mean, really, really odd. Because I never noticed that he did that before. And I was trying to think last night, trying to think back. Yes. Hey, Jude, in the first Holly Thompson interview, Katie said he only had a few friends at school. Yeah, only had a few friends at school. Yeah, and she's done that a lot, you know, and it's like, again, I understand that, you know, some people are better at certain things than other people, but in my opinion, I think it was definitely a slip, and it's definitely something that she has been trying to work on, because even when she said in the most recent interview with Fox, with Holly Thompson, even when she was, excuse me, it wasn't Holly Thompson, it was the other lady, and gosh, I do not remember her name, but it was her solo interview. She definitely makes it known that she messed up, right? When she talks about Sebastian would have been this age, and does that, and then says and he should be home for that, sort of a thing. In my opinion, she was catching herself. And then I wanted to show you all this as well. So when we're looking, we're going to look, and So that was my brief comparison. Um, yeah, there's evil in Watts, Chris, and Katie's eyes. That's uh, they always tell all. Yeah, I agree, Carla. I agree. And, you know, I just find it funny that all of these agencies know about the bruising. They see it, right? It seems to be something they even tried to cover up in the Have You Seen Me, because it's right there. I mean, it's very close to where, you know, you're looking at these big words, have you seen me, and maybe not focusing in on that bruising, which in my opinion is very important to recognize. Um, let me see if I can't pull this in from Hindsight, because it shouldn't be too large of a file for this phone. And just bear with me here. Yeah, I agree with that, Napanoch Father, and I appreciate your insight on that, you know, because, you know, it's hard for women to really gauge. I mean, we can kind of say, hey, I've met that guy before, you know, or dated that guy or married him. But yeah, Napanoch Father says, as a man, I'm pretty good at reading other men's energy, and I can tell you right off the bat that Chris Proudfoot is not a nice guy. And I appreciate that because, you know, sometimes it seems like people will kind of get away with that. Well, he's just being a guy, you know, some guys are grumpy, some, you know, but that's just not always the case in my opinion. And I don't think all men are that way. I really don't. I don't like ever putting you guys all into that category ever, because it's not fair for one. Um, and it's just not true in my opinion. Okay, let's see if I could get this. I hope there's not an echo here. Okay. Then we'll watch this one by Hindsight. Hopefully I won't have to erase anything. I shouldn't have to though. I think I got most of it. Oh, he says, whoa, you got too much. Okay. Let me do this one then. Okay, this is like a little shorty one, so this is good. Okay, there we go. Let me just log out just so it doesn't cause any issue there. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Hey Jude. Oh, thanks, Forrest. Thank you so much. I saw that after I went live and I was like, oh, that is such a good one. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. I really love Brene. Okay, so this is, she is so hilarious too. She's got a lot of good talks where she just make you laugh and laugh. Okay, so here we go. Allegedly, when something when something's not just nothing, excuse me. Sorry guys, it's so teeny tiny, it's hard for me to read. So this is the pink lady who spit in the grass, by the way. She kind of spit in like the rocks. And this is where she kind of coughs, and we're thinking she alerted the yellow jacket. And he stops right by Katie's car. I mean, right by it. And they definitely seem to make eye contact right there, although it's so hard to see because, I mean, the door opens and it's just the way wrong time for the door to open. It's just so sad. Oh, you know, I did not see that case. Hey, Lil Redo. Napanoch Father says, did anyone in here see the case of Tyler Goodrich? I don't remember that case, unless you tell me about it and I might remember some of the pieces of it. From Omaha, Nebraska? Okay, Carla knows. Yes, we love Little Red. I wanted to tell you guys too, tomorrow I'm going to try to go to the beach, but I'm also going to help Lil Redo host a trivia live, and so I'm really excited about it, and it sounds like a lot of fun, and I think it'll be great. So if you guys will drop Lil Redo's link, tomorrow it's 4 Eastern. I think she said 4 Eastern, but I'll let her tell us about it, and then it is so upsetting, Princess Buttercup, and you know that's why I kind of wanted to do that live yesterday and kind of just a little bit of a reminder, you know, because I understand that some people are really upset about the coverage, and some people kind of identifying with maybe what Seth is going through more than what the Proud Feets are going through, right? And so, and I understand everyone's going to have difference of opinions. There's people that really think that maybe no one has anything involved with it. There's some people that think that maybe Sebastian just walked off on his own, things like that, right? Which is that's fine. I don't fault anybody for having a different opinion. I don't hate because of it. It doesn't ruin my day. I don't give it a whole lot of second thoughts. But I do get upset a little bit when I feel like, you know, the only one who's really doing anything is being bashed, because I don't think that that's right. And I really do try to stick up for people when they're not getting the fair end of the stick, right? Life's not fair. Nevertheless, I think that we should stand up for what what's right. You know what I mean? Yeah, trivia. I know. I'm excited. I'm excited. Napanoch Father says Tyler Goodrich case pretty crazy. I'm pretty sure it just came up on a year, and then they found him unless than 1,000 yards away from where he went missing. Oh wow. Oh my goodness. I'll have to look that up. That's interesting. I'm so glad they found him, but boy, oh boy, wow. And I'm sure they looked in that area. See, these are the stories that kind of make me think, wow, less than 1,000 yards, less than 1,000 yards. Jeez Louise. That's crazy. Because, you know, look at how many times people were looking for Brian Laundrie, and then his parents go off and they find him. They find his dry bag, his, you know, gosh, it's just so weird. You would think that it's just so weird. Mm. Princess Buttercup, not remorse. I see greed, evil, and big fat liar. Yes, Carla. Yeah, I agree. I agree there too. I agree. Okay, Lil Redo says we are 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, 3 rounds of trivia, all true crime cases, closed cases. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it sounds like fun. I love trivia, so but I won't be participating. I'll have like the answer key, and we're gonna try and make sure that we get the first person who answers, kind of keep points and stuff. Yes, thank you, Lil Redo. Yeah, and she's gonna give out prizes, which I'm jealous. No, but it should be really fun. And trivia is just kind of fun, because you get to learn stuff, you get to kind of learn something you didn't know, or maybe you're just super good at trivia and you're just like winner take all, right? Oh, okay. Star says, yes, he fought with his husband right before, but they don't think it's a homicide. Oh, okay. Interesting. And that area that he was found in was searched, I believe, multiple times. And he was found by somebody just walking their dog. Oh my gosh. It's crazy when you're looking for, and I hate to just, because obviously this is a human being, but it's just like when you're looking for something and you're really looking hard, sometimes you just don't see it. And then when you're not really looking that hard, it's like, oh my gosh, there it is. Which is just really unfortunate when it comes to a person. Oh man, that is just crazy. Cool. That is going to be really fun, Lil Red. I'm excited. I'm excited. Yeah, Lil Fishy Star. I agree. I agree. Um, yes, thank you. Hey Jude. Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be really fun. And then also another really cool thing that Lil Redo does on her channel is she reads books, and she's going to be going over the Manson, Charlie Manson. So he's quite the character, quite the band of people who just kind of helped him and was his cult following and things like that. Yeah, Princess Buttercup says, yeah, probably right, Carla. Maybe remorse for possibly not doing everything perfect and possibly leading to get caught. That kind of remorse. But yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of that rings true, Princess Buttercup, just depending, on the person. It's like most of the time, when they don't have any remorse, the only thing that kind of makes them upset is that they got caught, wishing they wouldn't have. So, oh, Meow's down. Meow's down for it. It's going to be really fun. It's going to be really fun. And Carla said, Snappano's father, yes, I believe foul play was said that they searched the area several times. Yeah, and then it makes you wonder, well, and also little Kaylee Anthony was the same way. They found her very close to home in an area that was searched multiple times. So, it's like you can't really put it past anything there. Yeah. Oh, cool, Forrest. Good deal. Good deal. It'll be fun. It'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, and put the notifications on. Yeah. What to know how he was it okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Hey Sasha, good to see you. I'm not sure. Carla, I'm not as familiar with that case, Good night, Star. We'll see you tomorrow. Will there be will there be snacks? Hey Jude. We're going to be giving away a colossal popcorn, a pretzel, a bagel dog. Sandy says, update on the bodies in Memphis at all? No, I haven't heard anything at all on that, Sasha. I really haven't. Yeah, Napanoch Father says that's why it's pretty crazy to me. It seems like there's not a lot of people out there looking for Sebastian in that area. And I know all of us in the chat would be there if we lived closer looking. Yeah, absolutely. I know. And it's just so hard because, um, I don't think the weather has been the greatest either, because I know a lot of people in that area are getting storms and things like that. So, but that also does. Kind of wash things up and things like that. So it could be something positive to try to see. I mean, as positive as the situation could be, um, but just to get a better look. But I know they searched around Sebastian's house several times. And then farther out, I know there's been a lot of people that have gone and searched, independently. And then also Seth has his team that are out there looking as well. So um, we're talking about Tyler Goodrich, Sasha, and he was just found, and about 1,000 yards from where he went. Excuse me, less than 1,000 yards from where he went missing from. Um, oh, great, Little Redo. Hey, Unjustice Project, good to see you. Oh, that's great. So celebrating the Little Red celebrating hitting a 7,000 subscribers milestone. That is awesome, Little Redo. That is so great. Congratulations. And oh, okay. Oh no. They think one was a 17-year-old. Oh no. That is so sad. That is so sad. Thanks, Sasha. Yeah, right, exactly, Napanoch Father. And if there's no footage of him leaving that house, then where the hell does that leave us? I know, it's like there's no answers then. It kind of feels like, we're stuck at a certain point, like what happened, and it doesn't leave us with a lot of answers. And I think that's why there's been so much speculation, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, especially with the situation we're kind of left in. Um, oh, thanks, Carla, for looking. And I know there's a lot of homeless that kind of live off the land around over there. Like, I was surprised during the Riley Strain case that there was so many people just living kind of off the bank there, down right there in Nashville, right by the river. And it was, there were homeless camps set up all over right there. I guess it's because it's close to everyone and that sort of thing. Thank you, Sasha. I appreciate that. Yeah, I agree with that, Lil Redo. No one's really looking except Seth. You never hear that Dog has a team there, and that bothers me. Yeah, I wish there were more. I wish there was more of an effort. But see, they're not. The one thing that I can say is that they're not really advertising it because of all of the hate they were getting. Um, before this, and I think that plays a big role in the fact that they don't want to announce when they're doing something, because every time they do, even if it's a vigil, they seem to get hatred and all of these crazy people coming out of the woodwork. Well, I want to be there, and it's like, but you're from someplace that doesn't typically support finding Sebastian, but you want to be at the vigil. Why? It doesn't make sense. And I'm not saying everybody, and that doesn't go for everybody, but it's just odd to me when people are working so hard against the cause, but then they want to be invited to the vigil. In my opinion, I wouldn't want people there to cause problems, because we all saw what happened at his vigil. That was what I think it was August when that happened. maybe even July, but one of the vigils prior to this, there was some major issues. Um, so you're very familiar with the Unjustice Project, the Tyler Goodrich case. I need to go look it up because I'm not as familiar, and I thought maybe once I heard a little bit about it, it might jog my memory, but I don't remember hearing about his case. And when LE scaled back, they had all the footage and they knew then there was no reason to continue the hunt safely. Not sure, but just bothers me. Yeah, I feel the same way, Lil Redo. I feel like when they scaled the search back, they kind of knew what they were looking at and what they needed to do moving forward. I don't think that they even though they said it, I don't know that they were really believing that Sebastian had still walked off. I think they had some more theories in mind at that point and wanted to investigate them further. And so they said that they were going to turn it more towards an investigation than search efforts. So I agree with that. I think there's something to what you just said. Yeah, Princess Buttercup says, I hope not Lil Redo, but you never know. Only good thing is I don't think Seth will ever give up searching. And yeah, in all ways. I think so too. I think he's always going to be bringing awareness, having vigils and things like that. That really helps because, if we don't advocate for our kids, who's going to do it? That's what's really important, Yeah, or keeping his name and case out there. Exactly. Yes, I knew what you meant, Princess Buttercup. Yeah, I never would either, and I don't think that any of us should really give up. I know there's a lot of frustration, and then there's other cases that we need to be talking about as well. I do understand that, but I also think that there's still a lot that we have just kind of become aware of, like the Texas Roadhouse footage. It was so busy in there that night that there's a lot of different aspects to focus on, and so I think that there's still plenty for us to kind of analyze there, that we weren't doing analysis on for a long period of time. But I have to say, I did find this by Lauren on Facebook very, very interesting, intriguing, and, pretty spot on. Comparison between what they were saying. It's kind of uncanny, the resemblances that you see in the cases. And Sasha says, I completely understand law enforcement's position on kidnapping or red rum, but not abuse or trafficking, whatever, or abuse or unaliving and disposal, whatever, a home, but abuse is prosecutable. Yeah, and I agree with that, Sasha. I agree. It's one of those things where I think that exploring all the possibilities is important, especially if there's limited evidence out there. But I also think that, it's very plain to see in those photos that there is bruising on Sebastian's neck, that there's bruising on his face, that, he's got the shiner. I think that's very noticeable. And then also with Chris, it looks like bite marks on his arm, and it doesn't look like they're Yorkie bites or Morkie bites. It looks like they're from a person. Yeah, and if there's no footage of him leaving that house, then where the hell does that leave us? Exactly. No footage. No footage. Yeah, well, I mean, and I think they're probably building a case, Sasha, too. They would have to have enough evidence just from the DFS reports, I would think. Unless some of them were happening to Katie. And because Sebastian was in the home with Katie, he was being put in danger or in a toxic environment, and they were upset with her for that, and they were essentially blaming her for that, right? When really what they really should have been doing was locking up Proudfoot. And I have to say that when it comes to DV, a lot of times the woman is shamed, ridiculed, blamed, right? Because just get out, and especially when you have a kid in the house, right? The state isn't gonna say, well, that poor woman, they don't understand it. They're not made to understand it. They're just not. And it's unfortunate, and I believe that there needs to be reform, because if they were to give Katie the proper resources and then they want to blame her for not getting out, then maybe that could be understood, right? But because they're not giving her those proper resources, and they're, to my knowledge, they're not trying to help her get away from this person, then I don't think that it's fair to blame her, especially if she is in fact going through that. And, unfortunately, we don't know what's in the reports, and we won't know because they keep them very hush hush. So there is zero accountability in the family court system for any of them. There's no accountability. They're never going to be held responsible. That lady was fired, but who's to say she's not working with a different agency or in the same capacity or anything like that? It's just they don't have that understanding, in my opinion. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't know that, Carla. Yeah, they did. I remember them saying that, Little Red, that they were going to be coming back in the spring. I do remember that. So, that's a possibility. And I guess spring is pretty much here. We did the daylight savings time. So, I mean, understandable. Aw, Napanoch father says my little 6-year-old still fails to go to bed, so she's watching with me real fast and she wants to say hi. Oh, hi there. How cute. She wants to chat. Her name is, oh, Nalita. That is so pretty. Oh, wow. That is so pretty. I love the name. Hey, Maleficent. Good to see you. Aw, so sweet. Well, then I'll make sure I don't say any bad words. And, Hey Jude says, Sasha Johnson, if you wouldn't mind, please disguise the M word. Oh yes, thank you. I did it as we were going along. Thanks, Hey Jude. I always forget, I'm so bad at that. I did find it curious. That's social media. Oh, okay, yeah, Sasha. So what happened with that, to my knowledge, and this is kind of just my way of telling the story, right, is that Seth was having a vigil at Beach High School, and that's Sebastian's high school, and he was getting ready for it, right? They were setting tables up, they had prayer, they had songs, they had the community coming together, and all of a sudden, Chris Proudfoot drives up and confronts Seth about them working as a united front. And so I don't know, and I don't know that a lot of people actually even know what was said, besides maybe that some that were there, right? But I was not. And basically he told everyone, if you don't like the fact that I'm working with my ex-wife and her husband, then you can F off, because it's about Sebastian. And that's what it's always been for Seth, in my opinion, it's been about Sebastian. And so when he had the opportunity to work with the Proud Feet, he was willing to do whatever he had to do to make that happen. And I think that may have been something that was told to him, like, look, you need to tell the public to back off of us and that we're all working together. And so that's what he did, right? But then very shortly after that, there were issues like communication. Seth would be sending an email to the Proud Feet and they wouldn't respond, or they wouldn't do it in a timely manner to get things rolling, get the ball rolling. They weren't playing nice, right? And not a lot of people expected them to, but again, kind of like what we were talking about last night. If there is no if there's no way to redeem yourself ever, and people are just like, oh, you're just such a bad person, you're never going to change, what's the reason to change, right? And so I tried to take a step back, even because I was a very, very new creator at that time, and tried to kind of explain what was going on to the best of my knowledge, right? And that's the best of my knowledge, that and then, by the way, subsequently, Katie and Chris ended up going to the bike shop, and I think I might have this overlay. And they were looking for bikes the night of the vigil, and Sebastian was given an honorary FFA certificate for completing online courses. Okay, it looks like I might have had to delete that one out. Oh no, here it is. This is the background. So that's them the night of the vigil in question. That Seth told everyone, if you don't like it, then you can F off. Hey, little Miss Sharon, good to see you. Thank you for being number 40. Hey, Crafting and True Crime. And so that's basically the long and short of what happened there. They went to go do this while Sebastian was getting the honorary award. So the only one who was there to receive it was his dad. Thank God for that. I don't think you could ever pay me to miss something like that, ever. I wouldn't forgive myself. Hey, Baba Rose. Oh, no worries, Sasha. We just have to be careful. YouTube doesn't like certain words unless you're, harassing or stalking somebody, then they're fine. Sorry, guys. I'm just kidding. Unjustice Project says there's so many layers to this that I think they're still tracing things with the spirograph to tie it all together without making a bigger mess of it. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of layers of it too. And another thing is I really believe that the Proud Feet will get a good defense attorney. There's no doubt about it, in my opinion. Just no doubt about it at all. They will get somebody who's high profile, who is willing to try to win the case, so that way they can better their record as a lawyer and attract clients. So it is, it's very, I call it the injustice system, but it's not always that way. But a lot of times it does seem that way, because as much as we try to keep it fair, because of course none of us would ever want to be wrongfully accused, of course. But sometimes that opens the door for like little loopholes and little ways of getting around things. And then also suppression of evidence. There's some things that might be suppressed, and maybe there's things that they're afraid might be suppressed. And so to have an overabundance of evidence, that way the jury can come back with, a conclusion beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what they're going to need to do. To make sure that they can convict. That's funny. I always get you two mixed up, Princess Buttercup. I think I always call you Princess Butter Biscuit, don't I? Oh my goodness. Yes, the two of you. And I don't even think Butter Biscuit's not in here tonight yet. Goodness sakes, Princess Buttercup. I'm so sorry. I'll get better at it. I think I just look at it really quick and then my brain just makes up the rest, Birchfield and Birchfield indicates we can Therapy statements is Sebastian's testimony without him being present in court. Oh, okay. I remember you bringing that up last night, Sasha. So yeah, that's really interesting. So Birchfield and Birchfield set precedents for cases where therapy statements can be admitted into evidence and taken as testimony without the person present in court. Okay, interesting. I'll have to look up case law on Birchfield versus Birchfield. Interesting. Maleficent, it's so funny. Poor thing. I do it all the time. I do it all the time. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's pretty wild, right, Forrest? It's like, and that's so good to know, because it brings in, and that's another reason I think Seth is making sure that doesn't come out, because he can release that. Now the CPS reports are a different story, but releasing that information could jeopardize some future evidence in the case. And so I think that it's very smart of him to keep that close for now, as long as he sees fit. I'm not trying to ever criticize what he's doing, because I think he's doing his best. I really do. Really interesting. Hey Jude, really interesting. Right. Barbara Rose. Barbara Rose is always she's always reminding me she is no wilting little violet over there. Yes, right. I know. And it's hard. It is hard for me, guys, because I do see the other side of things. I just do. And I don't, it's not that I feel sorry for Katie. It's just that I kind of keep in mind that she could be both, right? She could be the one that's also being mistreated, but she's also in on it, right? What the mistreatment with Sebastian, she definitely allowed it, which I don't agree with. I don't agree with her letting Sebastian around her mom. None of that is okay for me, because he just doesn't deserve that. No little kids deserve to be around somebody that's going to do that, ever, ever, ever. Because she went through so much. And hey, Deborah Dixon. And so I just don't know why she would ever allow him to be around any of those people, just not even take a chance with it, right? Because they're not allowed. She's a tier 3, not supposed to be around any kids at all, ever. And I despise those people. It's very difficult for me, because I do despise those people. So I believe that they should never, ever get out of jail. I don't think they should have the luxuries of living their life outside of the jail, so they could reoffend, because they do have the worst recidivism rate of anybody out there, any type of crime. I just never think that, I think they need stiffer penalties and never should ever be given a chance to do that to someone else, especially when they did it to their own kid. I just have very strong feelings about it, and perhaps I'm wrong, but I don't think that I am. I think that what they're doing is wrong, and I don't think they should ever be allowed around a kid, to talk to them on a FaceTime call. None of it. It's too dangerous for the children. It's just too dangerous for them. I mean, why take the chance? Why let them do it to somebody else, especially when they did it to you, Okay, and Sasha says, and she may, in therapy statements, was hitting him in the neck, Navy style, like scared or snack rummaging. Yeah, that statement really bothers me, guys, and we've talked about it before. It's just like, who rummages in their own house for anything, right? I mean, I guess you could rummage through something, um, but I don't know. Even I don't know. My daughter, she lives on her own, now, but like even if she would ever come over to my house ever, it's her house. She can go in the fridge and get whatever she wants, and I would never say, quit rummaging, or so. It's just it's an odd way of saying things, especially when Sebastian was living in the house, right? 15 years old. Um, that's his house, his refrigerator, his food, his drinks, everything is the family, right? It's not Chris or Katie's only. It belongs to the family. And he shouldn't be called rummaging for things. It should be going to get himself something to eat, going to get himself something to drink. I just feel like he was like shamed for it or something, I just get that feeling where he was like, stop rummaging around in there, as if he's not a part of the family. And I just don't like that verbiage. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't know. I don't like it. And I would never tell, I don't know. I just don't even think of like family members like that or anybody, if somebody comes in the house, it's like, if you're thirsty, you could grab something, if it's a guest, and then they're not comfortable, obviously you get it for them, or you put food out and, everybody grabs a plate and, there's whatever, chips, salsa, cheese and crackers, whatever you're having, right? I like to get those prosciutto wrapped, like cheeses and stuff and put those out, goat cheese, that kind of stuff. And do like a charcuterie, but even then you wouldn't say like your guest is over rummaging through the snacks. I mean, it's weird. Doesn't seem right, Yeah, that's true. Hey Jude, they may not do that if they can't bring charges for the most serious crime, right? Because they could always add those in, right, later. So I think they're waiting, and that's what part of the building their case. And I know it's so frustrating. It just really is. Thanks, Hey Jude, for adding that in there. Yeah, they did get Wang. They did with Elijah Vu. Yes, they did. And, just like when they brought in Megan Boswell for lying to the police, lying to the TBI, right? I was like, oh, maybe they could get the Proud Feet for that too, because we know they've lied. So I do get frustrated with that myself, and I completely understand. Um, and then all of a sudden they found him. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And I can't remember, Sasha, if they found his little blanket first. Well, I know they found his blanket before they found him, but I don't know if that. I'm pretty sure he was already in jail. Wang was, and the mom too. I forget her name. Um, yeah, Carla, they can charge ABUSC now, and then the M word or kidnapping later. It's done all the time to hold them in jail till the kid is found. I agree. I agree. I would love to see something like that happen, because I think that if they put them in a position where they didn't have a choice, but then again, you do kind of get into that gray area with like a forced confession, and things like that. We saw that in the Delphi case, which I don't know if you all saw. Um, Chris's from the mob crew, he did metadata for the bridge video. Very good video, guys. I highly recommend going over and watching it. Um, it's bone chilling. And poor Abby and Libby. Oh, Napa Noach Father, that's so cute. Oh, well, good. Well, she put a smile on our faces. She's just adorable. I can just tell. It's a beautiful name. And Sasha says thousands of dollars worth of motorcycles for one ride. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Well, and who goes to look for, you know, motorcycles when you could be there accepting an award for your son who's missing. Like, I just really and that vigil, guys, was beautiful. It was so beautiful and so much love. That was the one where Jay sang. You also had a beautiful guitar playing, and I can't remember what the gentleman's name was. But just really, really sweet that Sebastian was recognized, and just a very, he worked hard to get that. You know what I mean? Online classes are so hard. Like, I've taken online classes, and I would much rather be like in school, learning from a teacher than ever having to do it all on my own. But he was very intelligent and able to do that and independently learn. And so I think he deserved to have everybody there cheering him on and, showing their love. So, yeah, Princess Buttercup, it was kind of, her booty's sticking out, and it's not a good look. We'll just say it's very bad. It's a very bad situation. Um, you know, Yeah, I just wish she would have been there, and then they could have done that afterwards or whatever. They didn't have to stay. I understand that it might have been a little bit awkward for them at that point, maybe because, Chris had come in pretty hot and heavy, and everybody thought there was a confrontation between Seth and Chris. But I think that if they would have stayed, I think at that juncture, it would have been a lot better to kind of show the united front that they were trying to put on a front about, in my opinion. And so, you know, but instead they go and did that. So, go figure. Yeah, they'll get a Jose Baez. They'll get and that is who Casey Anthony got, right? Just, top-notch defense attorney, really well-known guy, and there you go. There she's scot-free. When we all know, even her parents know, in my opinion, that she did this. And boy, oh boy, did she throw them under the bus, and especially her dad. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a whole year, Sasha. No attorney can save them from the abuse convictions. Yeah, I agree. I think that there's enough evidence to convict on that. But again, you never know. They fired that lady. So, I mean, I guess they could probably subpoena her. I would think there would be more than one social worker, but I don't know. I don't know. And I'd hate to speculate on it too far. Oh yes, please. Yes. Yes. We got to use codes. We got to use the codes. And Napanoch Father says, and once again, if no footage of him exiting the house is still in the house somehow, then over a year, the police should have all the camera footage. Like, come on, was it truly going somewhere? Shaking my head. Right. Or excuse me, truly what's going on here, shaking my head. Yeah, and I mean, that's a big part of the frustration. I agree. Just the fact that they're saying there was absolutely no footage, but then again, he walked off. And the prosecutor is still maintaining that even until this day, that they are, that he just walked off. They're still saying that. They said that in the interview. And then Katie, when she did her solo interview, the parents are still saying that he walked off, but there's no footage. And how can that be? And I think that there was some jammers going on in the neighborhood. And then Unjustice Project says, yes, I think that's why they've been quiet about everything they have. And no, the motion in, Lamine, am I saying that right? Will be huge to suppress evidence. Yeah, and I mean, that's the biggest thing I think I'm worried about is them suppressing evidence and then finding a really great attorney that's going to just be like, oh, you're not going to bring that in, or they're going to say, my client had this happen to them, and start saying, well, we can't allow for that. And then also just maybe coming up with some really great arguments and finding some loopholes in the system. That's what the defense attorneys are good for, especially the good ones that cost a lot of money and get people off on things. Aw, blessed. We'll be so pleased to know she has been anointed the crown. Aw. Princess Butter Biscuits is cute. I feel so bad. She's like, you always do that. I'm like, I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But it is, I do think that's cute though, analyst. I'll read it out of Tennessee. I'm going to go back and look at that case law for Birchfield versus Birchfield. I don't know. And I thought that it was worse if somebody had a disability, or if there's a child that, has special needs, and no child deserves to be hit or anything like that, in my opinion. Grab them by the neck. You could really hurt somebody like that. You could take their life, but I thought and it really should be, because it's a more vulnerable person, right? In my opinion, they don't deserve that. Yes, lady, that's a cute name. Oh, Princess Butter Biscuits, and she's like, no, it's Princess Buttercup. That's funny. And I think it's just my brain like reading it too fast, because I do that sometimes. I'll misread something and I'll be like, oh no, that's not what people are saying. Little Redo says absolutely she can be both. Yeah, and it just makes me wonder, Little Redo, because I don't want to discount that. But I think that's what Tony was trying to get at, was that some of the CPS reports were just flat out Chris doing something where Katie was fearful, right? And then they were like, well, you need to get Sebastian out of there. You can't keep him involved in that, and so they were getting mad at Katie, and they were saying, hey, don't just leave him in that situation. You have to get out of that relationship. And, if there were better resources, I think that would be easier. But I don't know if resources were offered, but I do know that they aren't always. And a lot of times, the parents will just get blamed, and they'll be like, if you don't change it, the kid's gone, which I don't know. I just feel like there were way too many in this case. There were just way too many. Oh, well, glad you're here, Prayer Warrior. That's so sweet. I'm glad you were able to stay with the grandbabies today and spend the day. That's awesome. And Princess Butter Biscuits, there I go again. Princess Buttercup says, sure, KP was a victim at one point, but once you make someone else a victim, especially your child, you are no longer a victim, in my opinion, for cruelty. Yeah, that is a great point. That is a great point. And I think that's pretty much where I'm at with Katie. Even though I can recognize that there's probably more to the story and she's being mistreated as well, the minute that the child, and I think also DFS probably looked at it like this too, or CPS looked at it like that too, like, hey, we understand that this is happening to you, but you cannot allow your child to be in this situation, because our main focus is the best interest of Sebastian, not of you particularly. But I think a lot of it, has to do with, well, for one, I think it would be hard for Sebastian to go into, say, a foster care situation, right? I don't think that they were planning on doing that. I think that they did tell Chris, you need to leave the house. And I think that was their solution. And I could be wrong about that. I'm not, 100%, but I think that that was probably some of what was going on. And then Chris was like, "Oh, you're going to make me leave my house? Well, I have something to tell you." And that sort of thing. And so I think it made the situation worse instead of making it better. And Chris probably said, "Oh, sure, yeah, I'll leave, no problem, not a big deal." But deep down inside, or, just bubbling at the surface, he was mad because, how dare this kid make me leave my house, sort of thing. Um, yeah, Lil Redo says, that's what's sad. It looks as if she wanted to save her marriage, and I get that, but he did not want to continue the marriage, so it could be that he is being lied to by her. Yeah, sure. Well, and maybe she would do anything to save the marriage, even, hurt Sebastian. Um, I would hope that it didn't come to that. But again, we do hear that there was a big change in the way that Katie handled situations, according to Seth, that she wasn't always that way, right? So it's a little bit different. Um, it really is. It's a little it's a different situation, especially when we hear about ultimatums given by Chris. Like it's either him or me. Um, and he did that with the cats, right? But I understand that cats are not humans, right? I get that. I'm not saying that, but it's still like expecting you to get rid of your family member because you love your pets. They're like family, right? And we don't want anything bad to happen to our pets. We're sad if something happens. So um sometimes it can be devastating, like losing a family member. But because pets have their own little personalities and the way that they make us happy, and they're happy to see us, we're happy to see them. And so the fact that Katie already did that once, maybe he thought he could get away with doing it again. This time it was with her son. Unfortunately, you know. Um, yeah. Yeah. And Sasha, it's really tough. It reminds me of like what Chad Dorman did to his little boys. That's the person where I would like to see what he did happen to him. And I know that that's kind of going back to the old days where everybody was in the town square and couldn't wait, for all these punishments and things like that. But in the same way, it's just like something so horrific. It just makes you wonder if it would deter people from doing it if there were consequences like that. But then again, it's just hard. Um, and Unjustice Project says, I was happy to hear that there's a person of interest in the Moira Murray case after all these years. Yeah, I didn't hear that. So that's good. So there's a person of interest now. I did not hear that, Unjustice Project. Um, 15-year-old boys are hungry. Yeah, blessed. And they are hungry, and there's no reason for it. It's just, it's his own house. It's just so weird. It's just his own house, and he should be able to have whatever he wants, within reason, unless he was like making himself unhealthy and becoming overweight, or, something like that. Or it is up to our discretion, right, as parents to be like, that's unhealthy for you, or hey, you need to eat, X amount of veggies and your meat before you get to have a snack or dessert, right? That's kind of the incentive. So it's a positive reinforcement, but it always seems like they were using it as a negative, in my opinion, and saying he was rummaging is weird. Um, Good to see you, Tony Fire. Good to see you. Very rainy in Johannesburg. Oh goodness. Yeah, I guess there's weather everywhere. It's humid here, but there's not rain yet. Um, Yeah, yeah, Sasha, and it's just I don't like it either. It's just part of the terms and service. Like we have to be really careful with what we say. That's why like a lot of times I'll say mistreatment instead of abuse, which I absolutely believe that it is fully abuse, right? Spelled out. I do believe that. And it's extremely hard. Like even when our friend Jana came on the first time and I was asking her questions about her sister Crystal's case, I had to ask her, you know, to please use words like, unalive and allegedly and in my opinion. And, I hated having to do that because who tells their story and uses words like that? Let's be honest, right? None of us do, unless you're a YouTuber and you kind of become accustomed to saying things like in my opinion and allegedly, and things like that. But they're very strict with those terms. Just like you will hear me say grape instead of the word for SA. And I don't like to do that because it's definitely an sex crime, right? But I have to because YouTube makes us do it that way. Um, yeah, yeah, pew and Lil Reno, that's the worst one for me is pew pew, and it's like, "Oh, no," because I don't like saying that because I sound like a little kid, instead of an adult, I feel like anyway, but you're right. Yeah, we have to say, words like, pew pew if we're talking about a GUN, right? Yeah, that's true, Forrest. Rummaging sounds like it's empty of snacks, right? Like he's rummaging around but he can't find anything or like empty wrappers or something. No, I'm glad you said that because you're right. You're very right about that. It sounds like um yeah, or I just think of like I don't know, somebody doing something they're not supposed to be doing, like, almost like it was a bad thing, and, he's just looking for something to eat, and we all do that, right? When we're hungry, we go and look, and we're like, "Okay, what can I eat?" And especially in our own houses. Now, if we're a guest in someone else's house, we might be rummaging if we just start going through snack boxes and things, but, yeah. No, I we understand what you're saying, Sasha. It's just that um, YouTube makes us use certain words to describe instead of the actual words that, we use every single day. Yeah, Deborah, I agree with that too. And that's one thing that really breaks my heart and it makes me mad, really. If I'm being honest, he was treated like a second class individual. Yeah, or like it wasn't even his house too. And I get it, some people do have that old school way of looking at it, like my house, my rules. Okay, I understand that because you kind of have to play that card when you're a parent. I get it. But not when it comes to food. I mean, that's like a basic necessity that we all need. And, Sebastian wasn't overweight. So, yeah, blessed house of judgment. Yeah. Well, and then walking on eggshells, it's like he wasn't allowed to grab what he wanted. And the analyst says CP yelled at him via camera over a fridge once. I heard the same thing, analyst, and that is so weird. Again, I don't understand that because I don't. Um, we all have a level of control that we like to keep over our household, right? Maybe more like order rather than control. We want to keep it. Um, where the parents are keeping order in the house, especially if you have more than one kid, it can be a little bit, harder to do, right, with one. But Sebastian seemed to me to be so well behaved, right? We can see it. It's not something that we even have to like really speculate on. We can just see him being very polite um, and he liked a routine according to Seth. He liked order. And so he was okay with things like that. A lot of times, and I know a lot of you all have kids on the spectrum and grandkids, and so you're kind of aware of their mannerisms too. Not that anybody's the same, because it is a spectrum. But yes, and even Lil Red says teenagers are like bottomless pits. They are. Yeah, especially boys, they're growing. I mean, he was going through a growth spurt, according to Katie. Um, it is hard to understand. Hey Jude, thank you guys, and thank you guys for being so kind and explaining things, because it's tough. Maleficent, yes. And I'm sorry guys, I'm probably way behind in the chat. But hey Trishy, but I agree. Trishy the cute sleuth. Oh, Elijah was just such a little doll, wasn't he? Just such a cute little guy, and so just such a sweet kid. And that dad was doing things like with what we heard um, Mr. Proudfoot doing to Nina's son, right? At 3 years old, you need to buck up, be a man. What is that? I don't understand that mentality. Now, I understand that little girls, you're going to treat them a little bit more dainty, like when and things like that. That's understandable. But I think that we as a society really need to also recognize that boys have feelings too, and I think that we would raise nicer boys, if we kept that in mind, and don't try to make them tough, right off the bat, because they're little people. They don't need that rhetoric, in my opinion. um Oh, yeah, Tony. Oh, man. Yeah, I know. I know. Whenever I hear CP saying things like that, it makes me think that it just makes me think the worst. It really does. And I try not to listen to that jackass, but um I agree. It puts my mind in the worst situation as well. Um And Justice Project says it depends on who they think was involved. The geofencing itself could be a nightmare, especially if there's um, if there's bat phones to follow. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I think that it's hard with geofencing, because what it does is it acts like the cell tower, right? So it drives all of the traffic from the cell tower to the Stingray technology, which is the geofencing technology that mostly is used. There's different manufacturers that also, have that technology, but it is hard to decipher. But it also does have the capabilities of pinpointing exact locations. So there's definite pros and cons involved in it. It is a horrible thing, Trishy. It really is. It really is. Two hogs make a lowrider. The analyst. Yeah, it is, because if we could, yeah, if it could happen, we never would get justice for these kids. Yeah, yeah. But again, it's also not as easy as people think to do that. It just, they would have to have an inside person. So yeah. Yeah, it is. And we've seen a lot of those distractions. We really have, Sasha. I agree. Yeah, if they took the DP off of the table, it would probably be easier to convict. I know a lot of people are very against that. Like I said, I really think that there's certain offenses that it's probably warranted. But thank you, Blessed. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, and I think they're building a case. I really do. And I'm sure he's frustrated. I'm sure he is, you know. Um, oh, okay, Lil Redo, that's good to know. Thank you. She says you don't have to subscribe to play the trivia game. You can, but not required. We just want to have fun. I think it's going to be a great time. I think it'll be really fun. I'm excited. I think it'll be a great time, and trivia is just fun because, like I said, you get to learn stuff that you didn't know. Yeah, his chest puffs no evidentiary value gesture probably. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I did get that ego vibe, you know. And I've been trying to be a little bit more uh, accommodating or giving the benefit of the doubt, but it's tough. It's definitely not easy. In one of the clips of CP talking about CPS, he said, well, the one against me. Yeah, crafting in true crime, that's a really good point. He sure did. So it makes you wonder, you know, what was going on there. Crimes against kids with qualifying medical conditions adds hate crimes to the charges and penalties. It increases sentencing by 25%. Oh, great point there on Justice Project. Thank you. And it should be. Well, if you think about it, it is a hate crime because you're attacking somebody just for being different, right? And it puts it into that category. So I can understand that. Thank you for letting us know. The light video and other video, people walking, whatever, the vehicle, no identification, nothing, too dark. Yeah. Well, and I think the enhancement that was done as well was something to be desired too, because I saw the shadow person a lot better before it was enhanced than I did after it was. And you know, I'm not an expert, but that's just what I saw with my eyes, you know. And Princess Buttercup says, well, there may or may not be value to any of the videos, but it's worth a shot. And look, in my opinion, I think there's a lot of them. Yeah. Yeah. I think they have more footage than they're letting on. I do. And Forrest says, I think CPS should have taken Sebastian out and then investigate because he already knew she was allowing it. Yeah, especially after, you know, probably the second or third time I could maybe give them a pass, but then, you know, it's not getting better, right? Because it just keeps on happening. So I agree with that. I think that they should have just, and you know, we've kind of talked about it before here. I just really believe that it's very difficult for them to find a place to take a child who's on the spectrum, finding a foster family that would be willing to, who is equipped to do so. And then also, I don't know if they thought maybe things were going to get better, but then they didn't. I don't have a good excuse for them. I don't. You know, I mean, there is no excuses at this point. Sebastian's in a very bad place. You know, he's been missing over a year. Yeah, I think so too. Princess Butter Biscuit, or Princess Buttercup. Oh, I was doing so good. Lights video and Texas Roadhouse are major clues in my opinion too. Yeah, and I think that's why we need to keep on, you know, going over them and analyzing them, seeing if we can't just find another little detail that we missed. Thank you, Bless. Thank you. That's my opinion as well. CP was told not to be around Sebastian, in my opinion. Yeah, it just kind of seems that way, right? Because they didn't take him out of the house, but it seems like Chris was like, hey, I work over the road, or, you know, maybe he said something like that. And then they thought, okay, well, he's not even going to be home, so why disrupt Sebastian, right? I think they were probably trying to look at his best interests and keep them at heart. But then again, it's hard to tell. It just is. Yeah, it's a nothing burger. And the police came out and they said that, Sasha, too. They said, you know, this is not something that is relevant to the case. We've already checked it out. And it's just, yeah, it's nothing, unfortunately. And I wish it was. And Princess Buttercup says, yeah, SF, but that video out, Sasha, or put that video out, Sasha. That one to me is probably nothing, but the others, there's clues. Yeah, I think the 3 a.m. flashlight video or lights video, because a lot of people are saying the headlamp, and that does kind of make sense with the positioning, because usually if you have a flashlight, it's kind of pointed downwards. You know, if you're holding it, it's going to be a little bit lower to the ground. But these ones look like headlamps. They really did. Yeah, all statements are allegedly, in my opinion. Thank you. And Deborah Dixon says, at this point in time, I feel and have to have a knowledge that CP has found a better job offer elsewhere, and KK is not invited to go with him. He's done with her now and moving on. KK is in a mental mess. Yeah, she definitely seemed more emotional than we've ever seen her, and then maybe arguably the first Holly Thompson interview, you know, because in my opinion, when she was on Duchess for the Missing, there was a lot of kind of faking the crying and things like that, where it was just really obvious, in my opinion, that she wasn't really crying, that she was kind of making noises that sound like she was. And Carla says, I believe Ellie has more evidence than they admit to. The flashlight video is huge, and I think other cameras caught the Who vivid, so they know. Yeah, I think so. I think they do, and I think they probably knew very early on, but we really didn't know that. And I think now that we're seeing all of the information and kind of how it's playing out, then we can kind of recognize it. Yeah, he used the word poof. He had a friend cousin that works at a funeral home not too far away. I did hear that, and I did hear that they had like, but see, Chris denied that, and I don't ever know if we got verification on it. Yeah, I think they're waiting to find. I think, you know, Carla, and it makes me think if they do, excuse me, have leads, then maybe they are waiting to find Sebastian, and maybe they think that they can locate him. But you know, I just don't know. I don't know what their train of thought is. And they're keeping it very close to the vest, you know. Little Miss Sharon says, I love saying pew pew. I know I'm really good here. I'm really behind. Yes, and I get pissed when we have no ice cream. Little Red. Yeah, it is. It's strange, isn't it, Little Red? Hey, Couponing. Good to see you. It is strange because it's like all of these things that go on this YouTube, and then, you know, but we can't say certain words, and then we have to sound like we don't speak proper English, and it's it's frustrating, you know. Memphis is dangerous. Many unalivings there, sadly. Yeah. You know, it's like any of the bigger cities, you know, unfortunately. Yeah, Nina asked about cameras and CP's silence, then there's your answer. Right, exactly. Well, she said, don't you guys have cameras, Chris? Or I think she called him Christopher, but she said, didn't you guys have cameras or anything? I thought, and then she says, well, what about the dogs? They're always barking when I'm talking with Faith. Like I can hear them in the background. And, you know, again, he just doesn't really say much. And she also asked if there was flyers that she could pass out, or if he would send her a, you know, a copy of the flyer and she'd share it on his social media, and then he never sent it to her. Really crazy, you know, really, really crazy. Hey, Scranton Strangler, good to see you. Sorry, guys, I'm so behind in the chat. But I like reading your guys' comments because y'all are so smart. lady, it's long, but Justin's live from tonight was pretty wild. Oh, I know, I didn't even get a chance to pop in tonight. Oh, darn. And it was just I kind of had a crazy night myself, and so, but I will definitely check it out. I really will. I know that they were looking, someone sent me a picture of someone that was possibly maybe involved. And I'd heard of this person, but I've never seen a picture before. So, very interesting. And couponing says, I heard it was a cousin or a nephew who worked at a funeral home. Yeah, I did too. I heard that it was a family member. I also heard they had some sort of ties to like a cemetery, but I wasn't sure. Crafting in True Crime says, I was watching the human lie detector do an evaluation. He said people who have past trauma can turn off and on the emotions by thinking of them instead of it being a true in the moment emotion. Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah. Past trauma. Yeah, I can understand that. Like they might be thinking of a past trauma and that's why the emotion will surface. Yeah, I can see that, crafting in True Crime. That's a good point. Thank you. And sorry guys, I lost. Hey, momming it up. Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, and see, I won't be on tomorrow, guys, just because I'm going to be off, and I'm also going to be helping with Lil Redo's live tomorrow, her trivia night. Yeah, exactly. Makes me think of KK rocking and crying, taking deep breaths. Yeah. And, a lot of that, the rocking back and forth is a trauma response, but the thing that kind of made it ring a little bit untrue to me was the fact that like a lot of that is a self-soothing behavior, right? So you're just kind of trying to calm yourself down. You're rocking, right? Some people might do one of these. Some people might do tapping exercises to help them kind of come out of it, right? There's a lot of different coping skills that we can learn that will help us self-soothe, right? But the fact of the matter is that those usually don't happen over a long period of time, right? We kind of self-soothe ourselves. Okay, now we're doing better. Okay, and it's not very fast either. It kind of varies in the time, but for her to be doing it the entire interview was kind of a red flag for me because again, those behaviors are to soothe yourself. And so at some point you will calm yourself down. Same thing with, deep breathing exercises. Those really help a lot, guys. And, I would get frustrated sometimes when, people would say, just breathe, you know what I mean? And it's like, I am breathing, but, but they can usually really be helpful and kind of a fast acting way, right? Just to calm ourselves down. So if you can be mindful and really, take that deep breath, let it all out, and then restart, it'll alleviate a lot of those symptoms of anxiety. And but for her to be doing it the whole entire time, it was kind of a red flag. Was it, crafting in True Crime? I'm so glad to hear that. He always does good lives though. Um oh no, couponing. No. Did I hear that CP called Dolly and voted Lore Lodge off the Turtle Island? Oh my gosh. Um yeah, go look for your stepson. That's all I got to say. Go look for your stepson. You ass clown. The same car, really, Holly S. Oh my gosh. Oh, she did? Okay. Oh, wow. Interesting. Julie S. dropped information of a possible car and owner of it. Wow. That is really interesting. Was it a dark Nissan by any chance? Sedan? Yeah, well, I mean, that's really interesting because I've never seen that guy before, but I've heard of him. Um, looks like, yeah, it kind of does look like him. When I got the photo, I was like, "Who is that, Sasha?" And then I found, oh, okay. Hey, Carrie Star, good to see you. I was right down to your comment, and then I got into something else, and I meant to comment back for you. Carrie says, I emailed you the family member most likely involved, at least their vehicle used, and he looks just like CP. May explain height difference in pictures from flashlight video. Oh, okay. Now, are they thinking this was the getaway driver? Were they thinking this was the scout? Were they thinking this was someone who was helping to carry Sebastian over? Is, I guess, my biggest questions that I'm thinking of right now. Um, yeah, Daniel. Lady Freedom yesterday, agree those are self-soothing, but I'm saying think of it from the point what I'm saying, it's wild. Okay, yesterday, agree those are self-soothing, but I'm saying think of it from the point of what I was saying, it's wild. See, and I'm probably missing something, crafting. Sasha says, remember the guy in the truck discouraging searchers early on? He was driving in a smaller truck doing a video on social media. I don't remember if I saw that. I know there were a lot of people, acting fools and threatening and following searchers and that sort of thing. Thank you, Carrie. I'll definitely take a look at it. I will definitely take a look at it. I really appreciate you sending that over. A red. Okay, red. I think that was Durant. He kind of looks like CP but shorter. Anyone see that early on? Yeah, I would be curious to know. I mean, I definitely know that they were following people, telling them not to search. I played the video that Dog had put out from Court TV where he was letting people know that that was happening. Okay, so Crafting and True Crime says, Carrie, yes, he's 6'4" and looks like CP a lot. Do they have the same mom, different dads, or no parents in common? I thought it was supposed to be possibly, and I could be wrong, guys, possibly Papa Socks, right? Flying Monkey Dad Socks. Holly S., in my opinion, that dude will sing like a bird. Oh, yeah, I think he'll throw Katie under the bus as quickly as he can to avoid himself getting in trouble, for sure, Holly. Yeah, unfortunately. And, I'm very surprised it's gone on this long, so there's got to be some connection to his family involved, and that's really, my thoughts. And Princess Buttercup says, yes, couponing. I did ask yesterday if anyone did too, because it was strange, CP. It's telling, in my opinion, if he's saying vote Laura Lodge off because he knows he's onto them and has sent his info to FBI, etc. Yeah. Well, again, we know that Chris likes to pick on people who are younger than him. That's par for the course for him. And he doesn't like it when younger people are smarter than him. That really bothers him too. Instead of going and reading a book and brushing up on his skills, he decides to bully. Yeah, I'm excited in crafting. It's going to be fun. I am excited. Nissan Maxima Sentra. Maxima. It's a Nissan Maxima and a Sentra. Is it Sentra? I don't know, guys. Hey, Sammy, good to see you. I know, I miss Justin too. He's so good. And, sometimes we overlap just a tad. So sometimes I get to go in there early before my live if I'm good and I have all my work done, right? And I have a little bit of free time. But today I did not. I was bad today. I was bad. Um Holly, I'm excited. Okay. I'm gonna go watch it right after this. I'm gonna get in big trouble because I'm supposed to go to bed early tonight. I'm supposed to go to. That's always funny to me when I say I'm gonna go to bed early tonight. That never happens. Hey, Rob Beanie. He has 2 Nissans allegedly. Okay, thank you. I was like, wait a minute, I'm so confused. Okay, great. Thanks, Rob Beanie. How about you go on Lord Lodge CP? I know, Lil Miss Sharon. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. It could be, but he looks too tall, not sure. Yeah, and I think I've kind of made up my mind with like Richard Bishop not being the yellow jacket, but this guy, apparently the picture that they were showing that someone sent over to me was a picture from like 10 years ago. So it was like he could have been looking the way he did at the Roadhouse, but I really haven't had a chance to analyze the photos. Not that I don't trust Justin's judgment or Julie's judgment or anything like that. That's not the case, because I do. I respect what they do. But I think I always like to see it with my own eyes. You know, even when we were sent the yellow jacket in the phone with Sebastian, I went right to dogs footage and I searched it out and I pulled it myself because I was like, I want to make sure that I know exactly what, you know, I'm pulling it exactly from the source as much as I could. So yeah, I thought that they like sprayed her with, I don't know, it looked like her whole face was wet. I noticed that, Sasha. I don't know if she was sweating or. See, Sammy, I heard that too. She says I thought that they knew it was DG's car. I thought so too. I thought they knew whose car it was. But maybe there's some new developments. Right. It's hard crafting in true crime. What's crazy is I've had this info for a couple of weeks to months, but I thought I was overthinking it and that they weren't involved, so I kept it to myself. It's really hard because we don't want to accuse anybody that is innocent, right? But it's also difficult because we also need to look at every aspect of it. So that's really interesting, that you kind of had a little bit of a, you know, a read on that before many others did. But you know, that's what happens when we kind of go down every rabbit hole. Sometimes that rabbit hole will lead us in the right direction, and sometimes it'll take us very far off. So, um, oh, he does have a violent rap sheet, Holly. Okay. See, I'll have to go over and watch. He's 6'4". Wow, that's a tall guy. That is a tall guy. Uh, Princess Buttercup says, Lil Miss Sharon, he wouldn't dare, just would call in Sling Blade. Oh man, you guys, that made me so angry. Like, I was so mad with that. I was so mad. I knew exactly what he was doing. The derogatory crap. Um, you know, that story. If you guys ever watch that movie, it is a good movie. It's a very sad story though, because it's about a man that has you know, some different abilities, right? But he's a very sweet man, and he is only trying to protect this little boy has that he has befriended and has befriended him, and he's protecting him from an abusive father, a stepfather, the mother's boyfriend, if you will, or you know what have you, and he's willing to stop the abuse and take it into his own hands. And I don't see how anybody thinks that's funny, because it's not. It's actually sick. Sorry, that just really upsets me, even thinking about it again. And Crafting in True Crime says, Lady Freedom, the point I was saying was think of it from the past trauma and look at her behavior that way. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, Crafting, I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying maybe if she was thinking about a past trauma, that it could make her, you know, it could put her into kind of like a panic state, and then she could say that she's feeling that way because of that. But thank you for clarifying. Oh, hey, Jude gifted you a membership, Sammy. I know, isn't that sweet? She's such a sweetheart. Yeah. Yeah, a coward. I agree, little Miss Sharon. Okay, so Carrie Starr says, no parents in common, but wow, sure looks like they would. Yeah, he resembles the darker features and things. I did notice that. I did notice that. Supposedly no parents in common. Robini says, hey, Anne, good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. And Sammy says his dad and CP's mom are brother and sister. Okay, so it's on the Proudfoot side. And CP's mom are brother and sister. All right, so Flying Monkey Mama Socks and our brother and sister. So it's his cousin? I guess I'm confused now. Okay, Crafting says, Holly S, yes, I'm like mind blown when I heard Julie say it tonight. A few nights ago, my alert went off because this girl who called into Sweetie Pilo about the name in the same area. Oh, okay. Yeah, Big D son, right, because Big D is Flying Monkey Socks' brother, right? And then is Kathy Bauer Socks' brother. Right. I got you, Sammy. Thank you. Little pervy Princess Buttercup. He is a coward, little pervy one, in my opinion, Miss Sharon. Robini says, no, Daniel Bauerfoot used TB's son from the first marriage, allegedly. See, that was my understanding, Robini, is that he was Stepfoot's stepbrother, if you will. Who is Papa Proudfoot? Where he at? You know, I don't know. I have a bit of a genealogy that was sent over to me from somebody who worked really hard on it, did a really great job, really great job. And so I'm familiar, but we don't hear a whole lot about him except for the fact that Kathy did not want Faith over with him and his wife. But then again, they were babysitting for the other kids, you know? So really interesting. Where's CP's dad and KP's dad? I'm not sure. Her dad's hasn't been in the picture with her as far as I know since the last time her grandpa Don had passed away, and then she went to dinner with him while she left Sebastian with his SO grandma. So that was the last time. And Crafting in True Crime says, Sammy G, no, the person we are speaking about is actually CP's stepbrother. His name is Daniel Bauer Socks. Yes, allegedly, in my opinion, that's what I heard. But I did not watch. Carrie Starr says the cops know I just hope they hid the car details in the Amber Alert to try and get him back safe and keep them talking and not covering up for them. Yeah, I am still curious to know why they didn't give put an alert, the car on the alert, or on the flyer, but it could have been to make sure that no one was tipped off about it, right? Um, okay, so Robini says he's got a gray Maxima and a red Altima. Okay, and they said it was a dark color, so at nighttime those could look like dark colors, of course, gray and then red. So yeah, yeah. I'm not either, Sammy. Crafting and true crime. And Anne says, I don't know how long I will be on because a lot of people are out of interest and power. Oh. Well, I'm glad you're here tonight, Anne. He appears to have a couple kids. I doubt he wants to go back to prison. No, but they all kind of stick together. They all kind of come out of the woodwork and decide we're going to be a united front against whoever they decide they're kind of ganging up on, in my opinion. It just seems that way, Holly. Hey, Lori, good to see you. Oh, I'm so glad you're here, Lori. I'm so glad you're here. And Rogue says, yes, me too. I don't think he was part of it, yet the hand signal was very suspicious. Oh, are you talking about the yellow jacket and pink sweater? Possibly, yeah. Mama Dup says, same, I go by dog's footage, no offense to anyone. Yeah, same here, Mama Dup. And it's just more or less so that I know where the source came from. That way I can explain it if somebody asks me, but I do the same thing. And yeah, and I don't mean it in any, no offense to anybody, or if somebody sends me something, I definitely look into it, but I really try to do some due diligence and kind of my own research on top of it, because it is very tricky. It really is. And it's kind of it's a CYA, right? You just always kind of want a CYA, so that way nobody can say, well, you made that up, or that or the other. There's just been so much crap going on. And Crafting and True Crime says, Holly, yes, I agree. He doesn't look like the type to want to be wrapped up in this, but he's already got a felony record. Yeah, see, and that's worrisome. It makes you wonder. Well, and we've just heard that they all kind of stick together, and that's not a good thing, when you're just willing to go off and do things for your family members and you really don't care about your immediate family. You're just doing it to be a flying monkey, and that's one of our things that we've talked about here. You have those flying monkeys and enablers. Some people will just enable the behavior, and some of them will participate in the behavior for the narcissist. And we see a lot of that. Anybody that feels good about taking a child away from their mother is a real gem, in my opinion. I know, and I'm so worried about you guys with those storms, because I know they're getting pretty nasty out there. Oh, Rogue says Ohio is getting a tornado weather. Now it stormed last night. Then all of a sudden our power had went out for about 10 seconds or so. Oh no, at least it was only 10 seconds. Oh gosh. Yeah, I know there are a lot of storms hitting. I've checked on family and stuff like that. So I just hope people are staying safe. It's not GG, but it's not DG or his car at all, in my opinion. Oh, gotcha, Crafting. Thank you. Holly says 100. Carrie. Maybe not DG, but guys. Lori says maybe not DG, but DB. So. Oh, Carrie lives out in Ohio. Oh my goodness, we're having anything. aren't having any issues where you're at. Oh, good, Carrie. That's good to know. I know it's kind of, it's all over, but it's like hit or miss, And then sometimes tornadoes will change their path, and sometimes they're not as bad as you think they might be. Sometimes they're way worse. That's true, Holly S. But criminals do dumb things every day despite the care of knowing it could hurt the family, or they think they're protected or never will get caught, in my opinion. That's a really good point, Princess Buttercup, because sometimes they think they're smart, they're the smartest one in the room, they'll never get caught. Also, sometimes they think they have that protection, and I believe that in this case that Chris's family kind of had that air about themselves, in my opinion, where it was like, we can get away with everything. We're going to brag about how we gang up on people and go after Chris's exes. And, they kind of do things and they're not really thinking, but they think they're smart enough to get away with or manipulate their way through most situations. Yeah, exactly. And I do the same thing crafting. There's certain things that I feel like I kind of know about, but there's things that I won't really talk about up here, but that I try to just keep kind of until I have enough research or enough oh confirmation, maybe is a good word, and then I'll talk about it a little bit, but I'll always be like saying allegedly, or this is alleged, and things like that, because it's a tricky situation, and you don't want to plaster someone's picture up there and be like, well, this is what they did, unless right, unless you're very, 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 very positive that this is what occurred and this was the right person, because it is very tricky. um, oh, Rogue, you're tall. You're tall. See, I'm short. I'm only 5'6". I guess I'm more average, but there's a lot of things I can't reach. So I need a stool, and too many red flags. Sasha is right. Yeah. Um, Carrie Star says, yes, Lori, it is DB we're talking about, not DG. Right, right. The step brother to step foot, allegedly. Hey, Kelly, good to see you. And Lori says, wow, Rogue, I'm 5'7", and people say I'm tall for a girl. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Lori. I always think I'm short, but then I'm like, well, I'm pretty average, I guess. That's cute. But I still need to use stools for most stuff. I'm like, I need to be taller. I wish I was a little bit taller. And Rogue says I'm going to have to be on a rewind crew. Oh yeah, the replay. I was getting ready for bed. Okay, sweet dreams, Rogue. Thanks for being here. Oh, okay. Anne says 5 miles from Georgia line, North Carolina, and Western North Carolina in the mountains. Yeah, and you guys are getting bad weather up there. It's probably too. I'm sure once it gets windy and stuff like that, it makes it harder too. Yeah, Princess Buttercup says, yeah, the fact that CP references the movie and mocks it is a huge red flag as well with the Sling Blade reference. He just tells on himself all the time and thinks he's so protected. It's sick. Yeah, I just hated when he did that, because I knew exactly what he was doing. He's making fun of somebody who talks different, who and honestly, there were a lot of references in there where Sling Blade would kind of, have a gotcha moment with people, like when he says, they're like, they don't know why the lawnmower's working. He's like, there's no gas in it, like, you dummy, which was like, exactly right. And he was very matter of fact. I never underestimate anybody. Because we all have different strengths and weaknesses. And if you think that you're perfect, better think again. Oh, Carrie, you are pretty tall. I would hate to try to play you guys in a game of basketball. I need you guys on my team, that's for sure. Oh. Average is 5'3". Oh my goodness, really, Sasha? I would think I was about the average, like the middle, or 5'5" or something, you know. Um, yeah, well, and hey, we're all different, right? We all have good things, bad things. There's some things that other people admire about ourselves that we might not even see the value in, you know. But it's always good to remember that God made us just exactly how He wanted it. And 5'2", crafting. Yeah, my daughter's a shorty too. Oh, but your husband's 6'2", he makes up for it then, and he can grab all the good stuff, right? That's all the way up. Robbie, and he says I'm 5'3" with shoes. Nice, Robbie. You get to wear the high heels. See, I'm just at that sweet spot where it's like, maybe I could wear high heels, but not too high, right? Um, Rogue. Tall people have their own issues, like showers. I was watching the Tiny House Nation, and there was a lady, and she was quite, short, and her boyfriend was quite tall, and they were looking at tiny homes, and he got into the shower, and obviously he was clothed and everything. But he got in there and he's like, how am I supposed to do this? And it was really cute. And she was just like, I don't know. I just want to live tiny. And he was like, I don't know if this is going to work for me. Because he was having issues because the shower was like right here. And, he's like, we're going to have to fix that. Yes, Baba Rose, DB. Yes. Thank you. Aw. Oh my goodness, 6'2"? That's tall. That's tall. Yeah, Terry's son. Yeah, yeah. Holly S. says, step to the step foot. Step brother to the step foot. Oh. Well, hey, that like I said, there's nothing wrong with being tall or short. I just get mad sometimes when I can't reach stuff. I'm like, I'm vertically challenged. That's what I call myself. But oh, thank you, Holly. Thank you so much. I'll make sure I got it oh, good. Yes, I did. Because I've been having issues with that darn email. Not the one that you guys are sending, the other one. Oh, I see. Yes, I got it. It just kicked me off. It loves kicking me off and putting me on the public Wi-Fi here. And it's like, I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but the public Wi-Fi is not good. And it doesn't, it doesn't let me access much. Aw, Sunny and Cher type situation, Rogue. That's so cute. Thank you, Carrie. I need to look. I'm sorry, guys. I was so busy today with some other less interesting activities, less productive. We'll just put it that way. Yeah, so I could put a face with the name. Yeah, because I'm very curious, and I know there was speculation a lot on the different family, and then also it might jog my memory with the ancestry kind of the family tree. And I was even hesitant to kind of put that together and really show it to you guys, just because I didn't want to put anybody out there that, well, I just didn't want to put anybody out there and be like, okay, these are the people that, had something to do with this when they didn't, because I'm trying really hard to be, mindful of that. Stepbrother, Sasha, allegedly. They do look a lot. I mean, I do think they look like a foot taller, Holly. Hey, Adam Forever 21. Good to see you. You survived the tornadoes. Oh, good. Guys, I'm telling you, I'm still shell-shocked from Joplin. That one really got me. And I wasn't in the area, but I went there afterwards, and my goodness. Oh, good. Holly S. said Tony sounded optimistic. Oh, thank God. That's good. Good. Okay, so Sasha says, okay, the two Danny's, okay, got stepbrother or no cousin, half brother, what? Yeah, just stepbrother to stepfoot or CP. We just call him stepfoot here. And Carrie Star says, I think it was KP who hurt Sebastian. CP covered it up due to the CPS reports against him in his upcoming custody hearing. She's deeply deceptive. Yeah, I believe that. I see that too. I believe that. I think she's hiding a lot. I really do. And I have a very deep sense of her deception, for sure. Lori says, I never should have started watching E1 on 2 times now. When they are live, I feel like they are talking so slow. They may stop and not hear I talking about a few other people. Yeah, I know what you mean. I try not to watch it on double time either because I feel like I miss stuff. And I'll always tell people, don't you watch that on double time. Don't be watching that on double time. Watch it on regular time and listen, So I get all stinker about it. Hey Deanna, 5'9". Hey, that's cool. Oh my goodness, but that's tall. You're tall. Same height as CP. I missed Justin's live today. It's hard to do house chores and catch every live. Yeah, it is. It is rogue. Yeah, and especially if I'm putting together like the show for the night, or I'm listening in, or I'm trying to kind of find some little tidbits to talk about. A lot of times I just forget, and I get too involved in what I'm doing, and before I know it, I'm like, oh man, Justin was on, or Smiley was on, or somebody that that I really enjoy. And then like the little kind of tidbits, like with the Delphi case, because I've followed that case. And then, like I said, Chris from Mob Crew did a really great job on it. So if you guys are interested. Oh yes, momming it up. You got to come to the Little Reds live tomorrow. Hey Maurice, good to see you. Yeah, like a medium blue dark rogue. Exactly. I have to figure out times, 5 p.m. Sunday here, as I get no notice you're on. Oh no, oh my goodness. Gosh, and sometimes I wonder about that, because even if notifications are set to, and it's so funny because, like, yeah, if it's 5 o'clock Sunday where you're at, but we always love having you. So thank you so much for being here. Hey TJ says, if you don't know about the mob's family or mob families, that's how it works. Your family comes first, and then the family that you have at home. Yeah, that's true, TJ. That's true. And I mean, I kind of went down, and I told you guys about the rabbit hole that I went down when it came to kind of mob mafia ties, right? Just kind of trying to figure things out. So thank you. I agree. Oh no, and a lot of people in your area are out of power and internet service. I have a battery charger. Oh good. Oh good. Yeah. And I know the generators help, but I know sometimes, that can even be, a pain. Oh gosh. Well, I'll be praying for all of you guys that are having issues with the storm, and then just to be, for you all to be safe, and that your power isn't out too long, because I know that can be really frustrating. Um, I have one of those like portable chargers, and I always try to get all that together. I haven't been through a hurricane yet here, and I've never been through a hurricane in my life. I'm more of a Midwest tornado kind of girl. And so we'll see how that all pans out. If I ever have to deal with that, it's not going to be fun, I don't think. I think I'll probably freak out a little bit. No, so that guy, Sasha, is CP or Stepfoot, his stepbrother, DB, D Bowersox. And Lori says, I think KP too, in very beginning, but then thought CP till they said something one day that made me go right back to her. Yeah, I mean, it just does go back to Katie, and I don't mean to do that and to be mean or anything like that. I just think that, when we exhaust all the avenues and then we realize, okay, well, it does keep going back to the person who was with Sebastian last. Um, Momming It Up says, Rogue, oh yes, I definitely understand and can relate. I listen most of the time, but miss a ton. I do too, Momming It Up. And especially if you're like doing your own, content and stuff, it's tough to catch everything. So I totally agree. And Princess Buttercup says, hi to Adam Forever 21. Aw, hope you're safe. Not the guy in the pic. Well, no, the guy in the with the Rolex is a man named Richard Bishop, who allegedly is a real estate lawyer in Pennsylvania. And the Daniel B, which is Terry Flying Monkey Socks, his son is Chris's stepbrother. Yeah, so he's a stepbrother. Yes, Lori, thank you. Oh, Adam Forever 21 says long day fighting for children is DV here. It takes a village. Oh, good. I'm so glad that you're helping with that, Adam Forever 21. It does take a village. It takes a lot. It takes a lot of people, and there's a lot of resources out there and a lot of good help. It just kind of trying to find, and if you don't like the help that you're getting, always advocate for yourself and try again. Sometimes the first counselor that we are linked up with isn't the one that's right for us. But never stop trying and always make a plan and get out. So thank you I'm glad to hear that. And I know it's hard. So thank you, Adam Forever 21. Yes, prayers to all. Thank you, Princess Buttercup. She says, prayers to all. Stay safe and bad weather's going on. Hey, Gigi, good to see you. He does look like CP, but yeah, but they're, Carrie Star says, yeah, he does look like CP. But yeah, they're just step family. I know, guys. It's so hard. Hey, Lori. Good to see you. Yeah, and it is hard, guys. It's hard to keep it kind of straight, especially when we have to use the initials and stuff. Oh, you did, Scranton? Had one come through Arkansas last night, brought 2 people into the ER whose house was completely blown away. Oh, no. Thank God they're only had bumps and bruises. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, my gosh. And that is just so devastating and sad. I hate hearing things like that because, um, that's got to be so tough. Mom and Up says this is our first time living in tornado prone areas, and my gosh, it's scary. We're all over the Opry Mall in Nashville, and I was freaked with the sound of the rain, and everyone was warning potential twisters. Yeah, Mom and Up, it can be really scary, and it's just very indiscriminate sometimes with the storm paths. You can't really foresee what's going to happen, and it is very scary. So, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry that you guys are having to deal with that. My gosh. And I'm just praying for all of you guys. Yeah, it is crazy how much they do look alike, because I did notice that, because when I saw it, I was like, who is that? And then I was like, oh, and I'm like, did I miss something? And then I was like, oh, okay, no, that's not. I zoomed in really close and I'm looking, oh, no, that's not, CP. So what kind of trouble did KP and CP's dad get into, I wonder? Not together, obviously. I don't know. Hey, Brandon, Indy, I don't know. I've heard rumors of both, that they're still together, that they're not, in my opinion, he will want to deal. Oh yeah, and see, and that's another strong possibility, Holly, and appreciate you bringing it up, because we don't know what's going to happen. And there could be a situation where there's a deal involved, and heaven forbid, yeah, yeah, that's it. It reminds me of Harmony Montgomery's case. I mean, yeah, Adam got put in the clinker, right? Um, Taunting the police and all, but then his wife, Kayla, got out shortly after she rolled on him. Sasha, we called the guy on the bridge in Delphi Bridge guy. We are funny. I just can't believe that new bridge video came out with the metadata. I thought that was really interesting. 6'4" Anne. Oh my gosh, that's a tall guy. Yeah, they do. They do. I agree with that. Adam Forever 21. Most child abusers conceal it in many forms. Yeah, they do. Well, and they act like it's discipline, just like Chris did. And it's like, well, that is not. Gigi. How cute. Yeah, Sasha's Daniel Durant. Oh, there you go. Click the bell. Scranton. I know. I'm always like, I can't reach anything. Oh, Lori's 5'7". Yeah, yeah. And Holly says that might be the way KP trapped CP, get his family involved in the crime, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I think they have to be, because I think he would have just washed his hands. He doesn't, in my opinion, Chris doesn't deal well with stress, right? He would rather kind of go the opposite direction, which, that it's a typical response, right? Fight or flight. But he usually, it's very weird that he would stay in an uncomfortable situation when we've seen him, not worry about vows in the past, like just kind of dip out, and not take it seriously, in my opinion. Yeah, Carrie, you're right. Durant, Big D is Kathy's brother, and he's an older man. He is. Yeah, he's not a young guy like that guy. And Rogue says, in my opinion, I think CP had used his own equipment and had, oh, yeah, okay. Oh, and I'm sorry if Seth's watching it, but yeah, I know. It's hard not to speculate. I know. I just won't say it out loud, Rogue. And I don't want to discourage you guys from coming up with ideas. It just, I don't know. It just hurts. Hey, Pamela Rogers, Roberts, good to see you. I met lots of people in the supermarket by asking them to reach things for me. That's cute. You're fine because she's 5 foot. That's adorable, Pam. That's so cute. I know. I'm always sitting there trying to climb up there and stuff, and I'm like, I'm gonna get yelled at, by the store people. They're gonna be like, "Ma'am, you're gonna need to get down from there." Yeah, it doesn't look the plainest either. I know. It's hard. I agree with that, Rogue. Chris Proudfoot wouldn't be such a bully if he actually liked himself. His mother, in my opinion, created a monster. Yeah, I agree with that. I do. I do agree with that. The enabling behaviors. It's kind of like going back to Cindy Watts, right? Like, her son was, cured. He was only in the clinker for like a month, and she's like, oh, he's found God, and he's just, I mean, he's repenting for his sins, and he wants to do better. It's like, he's only been there a month, Cindy. And then she blames Shanann, who, I know that there were some things that were, maybe I disagreed with her parenting style, but in the same way, she never deserved what she got. Never, never, never. Aw, little Miss Sharon. How cute. That's so funny. Meow says 5'4" here. You can have my weather. It's kind of cold and rainy. Oh yeah, see, it's humid here. It's very humid. I try to keep the air down when we're on the lives though, because I hate how loud it is. I need to get some good headphones. Oh, see, I like wearing boots, but it's got to be kind of, it's got to be cool out. There's some really cute cowboy boots they sell over at PFI, but the ones I wanted, they were like $250, and I was like, oh, that kind of made me sick. But they were really beautiful, and they last you a long time. Hey, Lizzie and Kurt, good to see you guys. Little Miss Sharon says, I'm much taller than my horse. Oh, you do, Lori? I was wondering because a lot of people were asking me, did you get hit by the tornado? And I'm like, no, but I know some of Florida was under tornado watches too. I do too, Maurice. I do too. See, my daughter's a little shorty. She's a little shorty. Those are funny videos. Some of those van and tiny home builds are creative and invent. I know. I love them. I love the ones they build in. I think it was Tiny Home Nation, where there was a guy that would do all the custom cabinetry and stuff and just make like all this extra storage. It was so much fun. It's your birthday, Lizzie. Happy birthday. Oh my gosh, you don't want me to sing to you, but happy birthday. So glad you're here and on your birthday. Aw. I quit teabagging on my drum set. Step Brothers movie. Crafting. I'm not even going to say the quote. I'm glad I thought before I said that. That's hilarious. I know. I can see them acting like big babies, and then Kathy has to come in there and break up their fights. Oh, gosh. Don't get me started, guys. Did we just become best friends? Yep. You want to go do karate in the garage? Oh, my gosh. Is Stepfoot at the Roadhouse next to KP? A lot of people said that person resembled him. I myself don't think so, but I can see the resemblance. Like, I can see why somebody would think that. I do. I really do. Mama It Up says when C said, hopefully soon I'll have a good news for you when answering Duchess's questions about custody. Yeah. Oh gosh, I know. I remember that, Mama It Up. And it was just like, probably not, especially if you're not going to be showing up to your court date, because then we hear Nina, say that he yelled at her over the phone and was like, I'm not going to that court date. And she's like, well, you're not going to yell at me or disrespect me. And, oh gosh, it's a crying shame to think that poor little Faith had to be subjected to that. Oh, okay. Carrie says it just made things make sense once I saw DB pic. Explains why the guy in the flashlight looks like CP, or it looks like KP and CP, but the guy was too tall and he was or has that very distinct hairline. Yeah, are you talking about let me find the picture because I think I still have it on here. I don't think it was one of the ones I erased. This one right here, or this one's probably a better one. I mean, there is a very distinctive hairline, and then also we're used to seeing Chris wear the hats. So, very possible. I'm an angel gone rogue. What time is it? Oh. What time is? We're going to the zoo, to the Rainforest Cafe. My mother-in-law's visiting. Oh, how fun. Rainforest Cafe is so fun. I've been there several times. Yeah, but definitely try and share on the replay. Okay, yes, absolutely, Mama and Up. We love having you. I hope you have a wonderful time with your mother-in-law. That'll be so fun for you guys. Yeah, that place is always so fun. I haven't been there in a few years, but I've been there several times. I'll tune in as I wander the zoo. Earbuds in, yeah, for the win. Momming it up. That's so cute. I hope you guys have a blast. That's so fun. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, good to see you. Hello. Oh, well, great. I'm glad. I'm glad you were able to get some laundry done. That family reminds me of the TV show Animal Kingdom. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. And Brandy and Indy says, CP has been fighting for custody of Faith for 6 years. It's not going to happen, in my opinion, but I do pray Nina has the resources to keep their daughter away from him during visitation, in my opinion. Yeah, I think she needs to really get herself a good family law attorney, which they are so expensive, so expensive. And, you know, she's got the other 2 kids, you know. Lori says as soon as CP is in jail, Nina won't have to worry about that anymore. I agree. I agree. Here's to hoping and praying, you know. And Carrie Starr says, crafting in true crime. No, it's KP. She would attack Seth when he was sleeping, when she drank. All the ABUSC growing up is gone to her soul. CP is a narcissist jerk and can be abusive, but she's worse. Yeah, I've heard that, Carrie. I have, and it makes me wonder what could have been happening, you know. Hey, Megan Els, thanks for being number 70. Good to see you. And Carrie Starr says, the guy in the Rolex pic I thought was David Davidson. He's telling her a lot, her info about Bishop and Wolf. Oh, okay. Oh, well, maybe he is David Davidson. See, I have heard that as well. I have heard that as well. I was just assuming it was Bishop. Brandy and Indy, bingo, Lady Freedom must still do it. Mama it up, just enjoy your family then, and tune them out with earbuds. Aw. Yes, and Brandy and Indy says, I agree, Carrie. And mama it up when you get home. That's what I say. It's mom time. Yeah. Well, it's always nice too if you're having to fold laundry or something like that. I like doing that. I have a bunch of laundry to fold. I did it, but I didn't get to fold it yet. So that's going to be my chore after I get off of here. And Crafting in True Crime says, in my opinion, KK knew CP was out. So to keep him and secure what she wants, she linked him in by involving his family. Yeah, I can agree with that. I can see how that would be true, or how that could happen. Definitely. Crafting. Stepbrothers, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Yeah, they're stepbrothers, allegedly. No common parents, just it's Terry B's son. Thanks, Lori, for being 73. Carrie Starr says, I think he feared the CPS reports, and he had that custody hearing coming up, and she most likely manipulated CP2. She could have said Sebastian attacked her and it was on accident or something. Right. But and I have to think that Chris would be aware of Katie's kind of tendencies at this point, with them being together for so long. No, I didn't hear that, Tony. Hear about 2 19-year-old twin brothers found by hikers. Ellie wanted to say it was unaliving or taking one's life. But the side of the family says never. Oh, man. I did not hear about that, Tony. Gosh. I find it weird CP said he was changing a serpentine belt, and CJ's serpentine belt was broken while searching. What's the odds? Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. And I know that that's the belt that kind of goes, and it looks like a snake, you know, that serpentine belt is. I had to replace one on my car before. 2 beautiful young men. That's so sad, Tony. That is so sad. Yes, I really feel bad for Faith. I do too, Lori. And you know, she's just a sweet little girl, beautiful little girl. It's so sad. And Anne says, when my first husband and I were together, everyone would say we look like Mutt and Jeff, if you all know what I'm saying. Aw, Anne. How cute. KP lighting up Grease and redness, LOL. Yeah, oh, I bet he's having a good old fashioned shit fit. Perfectly imperfect boy mom says, I think I'm the one. They're the only one that feels CP gave KP an ultimatum, and she is so scared of losing everything she agreed to go along with him. I don't think you're the only one that thinks that, perfectly imperfect boy mom. And the reason I say that is because I really think that's a strong theory. I really do. And I've heard that quite a bit from other people too. You know, I mean, he was giving her ultimatums according to many, many sources, Um, Yeah, Nana's been fighting for years, I'm sure. Oh, Nina. Yeah, Nina's been fighting for years. Megan L says, I'm sure she's fighting harder now to keep her baby from going missing. Right, exactly. And she would have it under good authority to do so, I believe. And Sasha says, I'm curious if KP would have a vendetta and conduct bad behavior around Faith. Possibly. I'm glad that she made it out safe this time. I would hope. Oh, thanks, Meow. Yeah, and perfectly imperfect boy mom says, Sasha, I see that too. I pray that he loses all custody soon. Yeah, I just don't see why they would ever make her go back in to that household. It's got to be so terrifying for her. And, us knowing that she just loves Sebastian so much, and she just prays for him to come home, and asking her mama when he's coming home. I mean, it's enough to make you cry. It really is. It's so sad. Um, and then just to think that she had to spend time there, and Chris was gone, right, working a lot of that time, and she was stuck there with Katie, and I bet you that's terrifying for her. Carrie says CP has told Seth he wouldn't handle KP's issues along with Sebastian's anymore. She drank until she wet the bed and all kinds of stuff. CP was just done with it. Yeah, I heard that too. And, that could be trauma response, and it could also be from drinking way too much. Absolutely. Um, yeah, yes, I heard this. I'm very concerned, very, says Sasha. Yeah, exactly, Lori. Too much for her to be working about at her tender little age. Yeah, it had to just be so scary. So scary. I believe they're talking about CJ from Narc Divers, Sasha. He gave her an ultimatum, Carrie says, but told her to choose her son. He expected her to. He was done with her, I believe. I believe the same. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I agree with that too, and it's just it's just really hard to really wrap our minds around what could really be going on with that. Um, but I want to go ahead and look into some of this, and we'll definitely talk about it on Monday. Um, because I would love to be back with you all and discuss that. And then make sure that you guys stop over at Little Red's tomorrow, Little Redo. She's doing trivia, and I'm going to be one of the helpers. And so I won't be playing with you all, but I will be waiting to see who answers. And it's going to be really fun. It'll be true crime trivia, so definitely in our wheelhouse. And Carrie Starr says, I truly believe this was her desperate attempt to hang on to CP due to all her childhood abuse and trauma. I believe that, Carrie. I do. And, I just want to emphasize, to hell with Chris. What about Sebastian? What about Sebastian? Oh, Sasha, I'm talking about the twins. I'm very concerned. Yeah, I need to look more into that case. Yeah. And Lori says, I agree, Carrie. Yeah. And, and sometimes I don't know. When you're in that mindset, it can make you do some pretty crazy things. But in the same way, I still don't see picking him over Sebastian. It just doesn't make any sense. But then again, a lot of this doesn't make any sense. You know, he gave her the ultimatum, but told her to choose her son. He expected her to do, or he expected her to, he wanted out. Yeah, I could agree with that too, Carrie. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's very difficult to accept an ultimatum in any form. You know what I mean? Ultimatums usually don't always work out. I will say that, just as somebody who, if you give an ultimatum, it's risky. If you accept an ultimatum, it's risky, because sometimes when somebody gives you an ultimatum and you say, okay, sure, I'll do what you want me to do, that just kind of opens up for a bunch of more ultimatums, right? Well, now you got to do this, or this is going to happen, so it can be tricky. And you also don't ever want to give somebody that much power over you, right? And you also don't want to be with somebody who doesn't accept you for who you are, especially your children, right? If they don't accept your children, then they're not worth being in your life, in my opinion. Those people come and go, but you only get, and especially in Katie's situation, she only has one child. Yeah, yeah, Holly S, exactly. And see, that's another thing too. Loretto says, I believe that as well. And Carrie says, Seth said the same thing about the drinking, and and getting so drunk that she passed out, maybe didn't go to the bathroom or something like that. I've heard of things where people have thought they were going to the bathroom, but they were in a closet and things like that when they were drinking. So it definitely happens, and it's just the level of intoxication too, I think, really doesn't help things much. Yeah, Little Redo's celebrating 7,000 subs. Yay! That's exciting. That's exciting. And she's got a great community over there, guys. It's a really fun time. We have a blast. I love listening to her read, and something is desperately wrong. I agree, Sasha. I do. Yeah. Well, and I know, Lil Redo, it is hard to believe, especially when Sebastian's getting in trouble for um, regressing and Katie's a grown up. You know what I mean? That's very, very difficult to understand, especially coming from moms and grandmas standpoints, dads and, grandfathers. I know that we have a variety of people in here, and it is complete chaos, and to think that, there was no help, and CP gave all of his underwear back to Seth. It just, again, yeah, so Perfectly Imperfect Mom, allegedly the drinking was way back when she was with Seth, and then, has continued throughout, and then has been an issue, after Sebastian's went missing too, allegedly, in my opinion, from what I've heard. And so Mom ended up says, I don't think she meant for Sebastian not to return. I lean more in the minority of a plan that went awry. Yeah. And then potentially more than my other theories. Thankfully, I'm not LE. So it's okay to change hypotheses. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And I don't fault law enforcement for that either. I think I respect more when they will look at every single aspect of the case rather than just one avenue or another, because keeping an open mind, especially at the beginning, is super important. And I think that we've, watched that happen too. In this case, it's just, operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off wasn't probably the best one. Well, I mean, the Proud Feet maintain that he walked off. They still say that, Oh, yeah. See, Holly S says, boy, Seth said she drank when they were married to Pete the Bed and would wake him up and want to fight. Yeah. And see, I was wondering if that was kind of something from her being a fighter in the Navy, but also I know that some of that, especially like the younger people, they will be like, drink, 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 and that it'll be like a camaraderie between people, but then it can really cause issues. Um, because it can cause trouble in people's lives, doing it too often or too much. Um, and Carrie says, I mean, he is on wife number 5, and I believe he was ready to move on to number 6. He was already staying away more, and I wish she would have chose Sebastian. Seth would have helped her. He still cared. I agree with that, Carrie. I think that he would have helped her, definitely. He would have understood, um, because I do see the care and the compassion. I never looked at it like he was still in love with Katie. I looked at more that he thought on their relationship when it was good fondly. And I know that that can be mistaken, but if you're a caring, compassionate, empathetic person, like I believe Seth is, I think that it's very hard to differentiate between certain feelings, right? I think it's like you still care for that person because that's the mother of your child, or you still care for that person because that's the father of your child. You don't have to agree with everything they do, but it's about co-parenting and doing what the best interest of Sebastian in this case would be. And so I really agree, and I believe that he would have been there, and would have helped her, and it wouldn't have been completely devastating on her part, right? Because she was already used to living alone. Like you said, he wasn't coming home. There was alleged flirtations with a certain waitress or bartender, right? You know, she may have been moving on a little bit herself, allegedly. But I just don't see it being that big of a changeover for her other than the extra income that she was used to. She probably would have had to sell the house. She would have had to downsize her life. But I do believe Seth would have been a support system when it came to Sebastian's well-being and helping her take care of Sebastian. He would still be a latchkey kid waiting for her to get off of work, and then they would have their nightly routine, and then he would go over and visit with Seth. She would also have that break too, that she said that she was over his Sebastian's behavior, which I can't. I mean, I don't know what behavior. Maybe I'm missing something. You know what I mean? I'm sure there was, times where obviously no one's perfect, right? But he's still a child, and he has needs that need to be met, right? And so um, I don't know. I just don't think it would have been as tough. So there had to have been more of an emotional attachment on Katie's part with Chris and not wanting to leave him, and being stuck in that toxic cycle, right? Still, just my opinion. But oh, Nazir and Kadir Lewis, Georgia. I will. 11 alive. All right, Nazir and Kadir Lewis in Georgia. Okay. Yeah, I will. Wow. Hey, Dolly, good to see you. Says 90s. Hey, Detroit Rock City, good to see you. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says that's ridiculous. Sounds like she needed pull-ups too. Yeah, it is ridiculous. And that's the thing. Maybe that's part of what was going on too, where Chris was saying like maybe he put a mattress outside or something. Maybe he came home and he didn't want to sleep next to. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Sebastian was their punching bag. I agree with that, Carrie, and it's unfortunate. You know, yeah. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, I agree, momming it up. And Sasha says, how many bathrooms does the house have? I think it's a 2-bathroom. I'm pretty sure, because there was the bathroom that Sebastian had on his side of the house, and then the master had a bathroom too, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, Lori says 3. Okay, I was thinking it might have had another half bath. But big house, big, I mean, adequate size house. I wouldn't say it was, it's not a mansion or anything, but it's a nice size house. And Carrie says some people are just violent when drinking. Some get happy, some get mean. Yeah, and some get sloppy. You know what I mean? Some people just get really sloppy and they don't know how to handle themselves. You see that usually when people are younger, though. And you kind of grow out of that kind of craziness, and you realize, like, I can't be pounding shots down and being crazy, and we all have to kind of learn that as we get older, especially sometimes in college. Gosh, kids will just drink and drink, and but yeah, it's something where you kind of gotta. And it never helps trauma, right? Because alcohol is a depressant. So if you're doing that to cope, it's not the best idea, because it could make you more sad. If you're already sad, it makes you more sad, especially if you're just doing it every single day. It can really take a toll on people, right? And it can become a problem. Oh yeah, momming it up. I love listening to Lil Redo read. She does such a good job. I just love sitting over there listening to her. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, well, all as parents get frustrated and over our kids' behavior. Nothing wrong with that. You just need to know when and how to take a break and regroup yourself. Exactly. And one thing that I was told during like DV counseling was like, basically, if you're in an airplane and you're going down, you need to put your oxygen mask on first and make sure that you're well enough to take care of your child. So get that on quick, take care of your child, right? So because if you're not doing well, then your child's not going to do well, because your child needs you, right? And so that was one thing that it was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I need to keep that in mind, right? But sometimes people don't want to go through counseling. Sometimes they see it as taboo, or sometimes they get turned off by it, right? Because maybe they went to a bad counselor and they're like, these people don't care, they're not listening. Because I felt like that myself. But there's so many good resources out there that if you just keep on trying, you will find a good resource. I promise you will. But you can't give up on yourself, right? And you have to make sure that you're doing well before you try to take care of anybody else. Oh no, Lori. Oh gosh. I'm so sorry that you guys are going through storms. Ugh, I hate that because it's so scary. And Tony says, Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives, Seth cares, but that is called respect for the people in your life, past, present, and future. Seth is a gentleman. I agree. And especially when we hear that he asked for Katie's hand in marriage, that was a very respectful, old-fashioned way of doing things, like a gentleman. Yeah, I agree. And I also think that giving that level of respect to, the mother of your child is something that sometimes isn't is always as common as it should be. And I know that there's a lot of animosity when there's a divorce and things like that, but it also goes for, respecting the father of your children. So it goes both ways. Respect is a two-way street. It's earned. It's yeah, I agree. But I've always looked at Seth like that, and I never thought it was because I know there was like a lot of speculation and hate, like, oh well, he's still in love with Katie, and I'm like, I don't really think that's what it is. I just think that that's the mother of his child, And Carrie says, if it was some elaborate plan to get rid of him and something went wrong, she still chose to do it, and she did not choose her child. All she had to do was say the word, and Seth would have taken him immediately. Yeah, and I think that's another thing too, keeping Seth out of the loop, telling him about your marital issues, but not telling him about what was going on with Sebastian was absolutely the wrong way to handle things, in my opinion. Where do you see, or where do you go to see if you where accept gifts is turned on? Oh, and if you go into your settings on YouTube, and I'm trying to think of where they would be located. If you go to your channel page and hit the three dots, it should give you a list for, oh crap, it kicked me off, for your gifting, and then you just turn on the gifting from there. It should ask you, or it should give you like a little toggle button where you can toggle over to it. It's your birthday too, Scranton. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Oh man, you guys, I'm going to have to do a birthday song, and I'm not going to sing it, but I'm going to try to figure one out. Happy birthday, Scranton. And you guys, I hope you have a great birthday too, Lizzie. And the analyst says sometimes SA sign is wet the bed, not saying it was on her. Right. Yes, exactly. And yeah, no, I said the same thing, analyst. I agree. It's a trauma response. Hey, Janet, good to see you. Janet says, morning all from South Africa. Hugs to all of you. Be safe. All God is love. And the whole family, Bauer sucks, Melissa, Danny, and CPKP. Where is Sebastian? Yeah, Janet, I agree. And I need to go over and watch Justin. I really do. You guys got me wanting to watch Justin while I fold laundry over here. And Sasha says, I'm curious why people were drinking so much. She wasn't before. She was thin. Well, you know, I will say that I wouldn't even probably fault her, you know what I mean, for, she's over 21 years old. She's a grown woman making her own decisions, makes her own money, right? Who am I to tell her what to do in her own home? But I think that a lot of it is the stress. I think a lot of it is the guilt. And I think that she may have had this problem for a while if it was happening like with, when she was with Seth and things like that. And that could have caused a lot of issues too. So, I mean, because it doesn't help if it's, every day, all day, and, getting crazy, sloppy, angry, mean, right. Yeah. And if somebody changes drastically as well, everybody's demeanor changes, but, thanks, Detroit Rock City. That's so sweet of you. All you guys' birthday wishes. That's so sweet. Snacks. Carrie Star says, I'm sure she drinks heavier when things aren't going well, but she's always drank that way. Right, right. Yeah. And I mean, and again, it's a depressant, so it's not going to really help anything. It could even make you more sad, and make things worse. And then we all know that Chris doesn't really like emotion. So maybe she gets more emotional. Maybe she does cry, and maybe that makes him mad, because sometimes many times a narcissist will say stuff like that. Like, I remember my ex-husband telling me things like, crying is a sign of weakness, and I don't believe that at all. I think it's actually a sign of strength, and it can be a very great release if you, if you have to, let it out, you know what I mean? If you have to, scream into a pillow, there's a lot of different ways that you can cope with it, that you don't have to do that. But when somebody's constantly putting you down and shaming you for having feelings, because they don't have feelings, they don't understand them, they have no idea, they don't know what empathy is, they don't know what it is to care about somebody's feelings, or put themselves in someone else's shoes. They just don't have, they're ill-equipped to do that, in my opinion. Crafting. So it can be tough living with somebody like that, especially because life is emotional, and we all are going to go through times where we're going to need to cry. We're human beings, right? So I think it's really interesting. Those bodies in Memphis are 20 minutes away from the Hilton Hotel. Yeah. Oh man. And see, I don't know who they are, Sasha. I really don't. Hey, Vana. I know, Vana, I'm right about to get off too. I know tonight was very, very eventful. Um, with everything going on. Oh no, your power's flickering, Anne. Oh, I know. And then you guys are having storms and stuff. Um, I know it's hopefully we're getting closer though, guys. I really hope that. I've had a feeling for way too long that things are gonna come together, and boy, oh boy, I just hope that the feeling is correct, because it's just it's so frustrating. It's just so frustrating, and I really hope that happens. Um I hope things start just to come together. Hey, Tinks, good to see you. Um, and I'm praying that we find Sebastian sooner rather than later. Yes, it's justice for Sebastian. Thanks, Janet. Exactly. Rain and buckets there, huh, Lori? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and like I said, I've only got a chance to look at the one picture of this person, and I never really looked too far in, because like a lot of you were saying, um, kind of you had some suspicions, but then it was kind of like, oh, maybe not, like Crafting and True Crime was saying. And so it's difficult, and you never want to like blame anybody, and you kind of want to be careful with what you put out, especially like as creators and stuff. It's like, it's hard because, you know, it's not really that I don't want to be wrong, because I know, especially in a case like this, there's going to be a lot of times where I'm going to be wrong. Not every speculation is going to be true. Not every speculation works out. Not every theory works. But I think it's important to discuss them either way. I just don't like putting somebody's picture up and being like, this is a person, if I'm not 100%, or if I'm not very close, or if I haven't had some confirmation to kind of sway me over. But oh, you guys have high winds, Sasha. Oh my goodness. See, I hope you all stay safe out there. I'm going to be praying for you guys, because I know the storms could be really scary, and power going out, like poor Ann over there. Um, and Janet says, Kate, speak the truth. Bauer Sachs KP is going to throw you under the bus. Yeah, money, money, money. Yeah, like Nina did. Yeah, like they did to Nina. And that's one thing that she really has to consider in this position. She needs to decide what she's going to do. And she may be grappling with it. We just don't know. That's very possible. Yeah, exactly. I know, momming it up. And I make the joke about it in the beginning, like with the disclaimer and things like that. But I mean, nobody wants to be in that position. But yeah, that's one thing that I try to consider. Another thing is just, I just don't want to. I have to be pretty close, right, to knowing, especially to put somebody's picture. Although we have been speculating on the coat, the guy with the watch. So excuse me, and we might even speculate more on this person, right? I just want to make sure before I pop it up on there that I'm at least a little bit close, or a little bit of confirmation. But I didn't have enough time to do my due diligence before the live tonight. So the storm is over here. Oh good. Oh good. And well, now we got to say prayers for Franklin, for Franklin, North Carolina. Oh hey, KP, Captain Jules, good to see you. Or K9 Captain Jules, good to see you. Thanks for the green hearts. And Sasha says, Jen Soto quote, ugly tears. Did she say that to Maddie at 8? Oh gosh, I don't know. That's one that it just breaks my heart. It makes me so mad that I would like to go find that person and put him in jail. Citizen's arrest for Jen Soto for what happened to Maddie. Because it's just horrific. And Mama It Up says, I understand 100%. I get worried because I don't want my reputation for future business endeavors. I love talk radio style shows, and so I worry about that being an issue if I share too much speculations. Sure. Well, and I do too. And I also don't want to like upset anybody like that didn't have involvement, you know, because it makes me feel bad too. I just don't want to, especially with like some of the stuff that you see coming out on YouTube with people kind of like making up things instead of you know, researching, and it's not fact-based. It's more like, okay, well, this is just what I think and this is the truth kind of a thing, which I don't think that that's helpful. And it also does, it also takes like, it takes away, right? It's like a distraction then. It's not even speculating on truths. It's just kind of speculating on whatever somebody thinks, you know, without any proof or anything like that. I do try to have receipts if we, you know, put stuff up. I got a feeling. I'm hoping, Sasha, I really am, you know, I really am. Oh, you're still having high winds and rain. Oh gosh. Yeah, guys, please be careful out there. And Adam Forever 21 says, red flags all over the place. Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a lot. And like I said, I was blown away with the comparison of the Chris Watts and Proudfoot statements. Those were, I wasn't really anticipating that as much. You know what I mean? I thought, I was thinking back when you all were telling me, and I was like, well, I just don't remember so many that I could think of that there's 12 of them. And then I was like, oh wow, there was definitely 12 really good comparisons. You know, basically, oh, thank you, Detroit. Basically, you know, just both people, you know, well, I should say the comparison because it was 3 people. But you know, Chris Watts saying things like, you know, I don't want to speculate. Everybody's got opinions. I mean, that was spot on from what we heard from Katie and Chris. You know, they both said it. They both made those statements. So it was eerily the same. The bulldoze and then the barrel rush. Yeah. So Chris Watts was like, yeah, the girls will probably barrel rush me when they come through the door. And then Katie said the first thing that she would do is bulldoze him down with hugs, and she added that in. So hey, Justice Jane, good to see you. So very similar, very, very, very similar. You know, very interesting. Thank you, Lori. And Sasha says, my opinion, she's grappling with confirming unaliving for money. Yeah, and that could be very true. You know, I'm still wondering why that guy had the picture. You know, it really makes me wonder. Thank you, Justice Jane, for being 87. Thank you so much. And Vanna says, Sweetie Pilo posted a good short on the comparisons of Chris Watts and KP Gross. Yeah, and it might have been like the kind of the same one that I put up today, and I kind of just added a little bit to it, but I'm going to put it up on my channel as just like a video too, just so you all can watch it, you know, all the way through and see what you think. And Janet says, red flags too many for from day one. Lies by CP, KP speaking up, KP quiet, always laughed, talking about Sebastian, not concerned. Right. And, you know, them laughing was another thing. You know, you saw Chris laughing. I wish I knew exactly which video, if I could remember back which video, because when I just used to make videos and I didn't go live, which I really enjoy doing that a lot better, guys. I do enjoy making the videos, but I think that we could talk about more serious subject matter, and I enjoy it more just talking with you guys and conversating, interacting. But I do still like to make the videos. So, but I was thinking back and I'm like, which one did I do when Chris stuck his tongue out? And he's like, we want Sebastian to come back home, and he's still sticking his tongue out. Chris Watts did the same thing. But I slowed it down with Mr. Proudfoot, and he did it in the first interview with Holly Thompson. And I slowed it down and I replayed it and I replayed it again, because in my opinion, and like I said, from what I've seen from body language experts and things like that, when someone is lying, they might smile, they could bite their lip, or they could stick their tongue out. And a lot of it is sticking the tongue out, Yeah, I'm not a fan anymore, Lori. Not a fan. And it's just because of the horrible things that were said because of the photo that I enhanced. And I just found it to be like very rude and off-putting. So not a fan at all. But nothing bad to say really other than that. I just, decide not to watch, which is fine. There's so many great creators out there, guys. There's just so many great ones that I really enjoy watching, and then of course kind of following what we're following, right? Because a lot of it is kind of coinciding with a lot of the theories that I have too. So I'm more interested in that, and somebody who's really wanting to put in the research and effort. So oh, great, Lil Redo. That's fantastic. Well, I'll definitely be there. I definitely will be there because I'm excited. I'm a trivia girl, and psychology. I love psychology. And so I'll be happy to be there. You just let me know. Like I said, I'm going to do a beach day, so I might still be at the beach, like in the beginning of the live. But I'll definitely be looking forward to it. So, but with that being said, I probably should hop off here, guys. And I've really enjoyed talking with you guys. And I'm going to go over and check out Justin's live and kind of see what all I've missed. And then I'm going to put a good show together for Monday night, because we need to talk some more. And then also I'm going to work on putting out again the book. So I'm going to be reading that, putting it to a video. If you all haven't had a chance to check it out, it is the first chapter of Jana Gajewski Laudiger's book, which is our friend Jana, who has the page Justice for Crystal. And you can get the book from Amazon, or there's barnesandnoble.com, and then there's also Apple Books, I believe. But I have the links in the video, and we're going to kind of keep pressing along with that. It just takes a little while for me to read it, and I want to make sure that I give proper inflection and just do a good job, because it really means a lot to me. I'm so very proud of Jana. So it's the true story of the case of Crystal McCrory Jones, justice denied, a sister's fight for justice, the first 2 years. The anniversary of Crystal's passing was February 9th, 2023, right? Or excuse me, it happened on February 9th, 2023. So, we hit the 2-year mark this February. And so it's going over all of her fight for her sister and for justice for her. Really great read, 155 pages, but very fast paced, and it'll keep you on the edge of your seat for sure. But we're going to definitely do that. And then I'm going to be doing a members only live where I'm going to give a copy of the ebook away. So definitely look out for that. I just want to make sure that we can get through the first 10 chapters, and then we're going to do a special live. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Yeah, Janet, you're right. KP always talking in past tense, the thud. Katie, he already what? Drove around, ran back. Yeah, exactly. And she was doing this. And that was another thing, number 12, for Chris Watts, right? He was doing that a lot too, like pointing back and then near his neck. So, um, you know. Okay, thank you, Little Reddo. Yeah, just let me know. I'm excited. Yes, I will, Lori. I will. We had like red tide and stuff, so full of spring breakers. Oh no. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh gosh. Yeah, and I'm kind of just looking for just a nice, quiet, relaxing day and then some trivia. That'll just be right up my alley. So Lori, that's too funny. I do enjoy watching the kids though, like and I say kids because my she's technically a spring breaker. She's on spring break. But it's kind of cute to watch them all, and it's like, behave yourselves, don't get too much trouble. But it's cute. It's fun. And, yeah, hopefully it'll be nice. It was hot today. It was really hot and sunny today. So hopefully it will be just as hot tomorrow. But yeah, well, thank you all for being here, and I will talk to you guys on Monday nights live, and I'll try to do it like around 10 or 10:30. I'm trying to do it earlier, but it's kind of hard sometimes. I like it to be really quiet, and I don't want a whole lot of distractions, so I get kind of picky about the time. Yeah, it was a beautiful day for you too, Lori. See, that's great. Yeah, I love it when, the weather here has been so great, and I say that before it gets really, really hot, watch. But even tonight it's like kind of sticky and humid, so it's definitely coming around. And then of course daylight savings time is like, another reason it kind of made me go a little bit later at night because it was like, I'm like, it's 7 o'clock and it's still really light out. I'm thinking it's still like 6 o'clock. So I will, Lori. Yes, yes, we'll be safe. And then I will see you guys over at Little Red's. Come join us for trivia night. All right, guys, thank you so much. You all have a great night, and let's pray that we find a solution soon and that there is justice in Sebastian Rogers' case and for Crystal McCrory Jones as well. Thank you, guys.